Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us on this Tuesday, September 13th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with someone I think you're going to remember. Meteorologist Justin Chambers back. Welcome.
Hopefully I'm still remembering. Yeah, thanks, Meg. Good morning to you and good morning, everybody. Happy to be here on a Tuesday morning. And overall, had some of those rain showers and even some of those storms yesterday. Right now, as we take a look outside, things are calmer over Towson. However, on our HD radar, we're still picking up a few of those showers for the eastern shore, mainly over south of Easton and Cambridge and moving off toward into Delaware. So most of this rain is going to be done. Probably some patchy fog if you're out early in the next couple of hours. Upper 60s and lower 70s is how we're starting your Tuesday from Cockeysville and Towson straight down the JFX to Baltimore City. The weather story for today, a misty and muggy morning. We are going to clear up by the afternoon, and we do have a drier week ahead. Next couple of days, think you're going to like how things shape up. So upper 70s and lower 80s for our highs this afternoon. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Taking a look at our roads here this morning. Very light volume, smooth moving, no major issues to report. It is 4:31 and happening today. City residents will get a chance to weigh in on a possible solution when it comes to squeegee kids. This comes as the city encountered many violent interactions with squeegee kids in just the past year. The meeting will happen tonight at 6 at the New Shiloh Baptist Church in West Baltimore. You do have to register in order to attend. We have a link for you on foxbaltimore.com. Renewed calls to do something came after a squeegee kid shot and killed Baltimore resident Tim Reynolds in July. Police say that Reynolds got out of his car with a baseball bat and approached a group of squeegee kids. That's when police say a 15-year-old squeegee kid shot and killed Reynolds. Last month, the grand jury indicted the teen accused of shooting him. Well, there are laws on the books against squeegeeing, but Mayor Brandon Scott and City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, the city's current state's attorney, have said that they will not enforce them. The mayor is allowing Baltimore police to use overtime to sit at some squeegee intersections. He has also assembled a group of community leaders, residents, squeegee kids, and businesses to come up with a recommendation by this fall. This community meeting is the next phase of that effort. In our 5 o'clock hour, Shannon Lilly will have more on the meeting, and Fox 45 News will be there when it begins later today. You can watch for our coverage online at foxbaltimore.com and a complete recap on the news at 10. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. The president of the union representing Baltimore City School Police is calling out school leadership after a violent start to the year. The violence also really reigniting the debate over whether officers should be armed inside city schools. In a tweet, President Clyde Boatwright calling out city leadership, saying, quote, "A few days ago, a student was murdered at his high school on the parking lot during dismissal, and some of our elected officials are quietly thankful for the water crisis so they don't have to discuss the dead student." Baltimore City Councilman Robert Stokes, who heads Council's Education, Workforce, and Youth Committee, responding to Boatwright's concerns and telling Fox 45 News that he plans to hold another hearing to discuss what more can be done to improve safety inside city schools.
We're going to talk about guns in the school. We are now handicapping our school police. We got to worry about the safety of our teachers. We got to worry about the safety of the administration in these schools and the students, everybody.
Fox 45 News is keeping track of guns found in Baltimore City Public Schools. We have an interactive map on our website, foxbaltimore.com. One gun has been found this year. It was at the Connections Community Leadership Academy in West Baltimore. More than a dozen firearms were seized last school year. Well, during the recent City Council meeting, Councilman Zeke Cohen formally called on Baltimore City Public Schools to create a plan to implement restorative practices training in all city schools before the end of the school year. It comes after 17-year-old Mervo High School student Jeremiah Brogdon was shot and killed on school grounds earlier this month.
Students, teachers, parents, every stakeholder group has rallied together in support of having restorative practices at every single city school. Currently, we have about 53 that are split between social and emotional learning and restorative practices. Now is the time for us to scale up.
Well, one parent who spoke with Project Baltimore argues restorative practices aren't enough and children need to be held accountable.
What it tells me is, so we're we're afraid to have consequences for students. The schools don't want to be accountable because they don't want to look bad. And I'm like, but you're doing a disservice to our kids by not addressing this.
Well, turning now to counties under pressure. Baltimore County Police arrest 2 women following a police-involved shooting, and this happened on Saturday. One of them is still in the hospital. Alicia Page and Kelly Anthony are both facing multiple charges. Police say Page rammed her car into a police vehicle and another car before an officer fired shots. An off-duty officer was injured, but there's no update on their condition. FOX45 News has asked for more details, including whether any officers are on leave and if there is body camera footage. The department refused to answer any of those questions. And an update now after the tragic discovery of a Cecil County family of 5 found shot and killed inside their Elk Mills home along Hebron Court. Police now say they believe that this was a murder-suicide. We're told the father called 911 to report his wife and 3 kids were killed. Deputies arrived and he was found dead as well with a gun next to him. The children, ages 8, 11, and 14 years old. If you are in need of help or if you know someone who does, there is a free help hotline available. You can dial 988 to reach the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. It is anonymous. It is staffed 24/7. Slow down or get a ticket, where new speed cameras are going up in Hartford County. Plus, we are finally drying out today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will be letting us know when the sunshine returns. Time now 4:36 on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back, everybody. Time right now is 4:39. It is Tuesday morning, and looking at our HD radar, still seeing some showers mainly over the eastern shore right now. The rest of us around Baltimore City and County are dry. However, a little bit foggy as you step out early. We'll break down what we can expect for the rest of today and for the week ahead. It's all coming up. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking ahead, the Maryland Transportation Authority will install a speed camera along Interstate 95 in Hartford County next week. That camera will be installed in the construction zone on the southbound side right near Maryland Route 152. Happening next Monday is when you can expect that. The agency says there will be a 21-day warning period before it starts giving out $40 fines. The speed limit in the area is 65 miles per hour. In your national news this morning, 3 major credit card companies plan to categorize all sales made at gun shops. Democratic lawmakers asked Visa, MasterCard, and American Express to support the new merchant category code system in hopes of preventing mass shootings. An MCC is a 4-digit number assigned to a business, classifying it by the types of goods or services that it provides. Conservative think tank Heritage Foundation questions how effective that could be.
I'm not quite sure how gun control advocates think this is realistically going to stop any sort of gun crime, including mass public shootings. It's much more about that individual state of mind. And if credit card companies have figured out a way to flag someone's state of mind from a credit card purchase, well, they are doing, quite frankly, better than a lot of law enforcement agencies.
The letter sent by Democrats says shooters in at least 5 mass shootings between 2007 and 2020 funded their massacres with credit cards. Well, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, a record-breaking meth seizure at our southern border only adding to the crossing crisis. Stopping the drug flow, top of mind with the former head of Border Protection, and he's here to discuss. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Baltimore City holding its first ever community meeting on the fate of squeegee kids. Still ahead this morning, the ways you can weigh in and make your voice heard.
Could it be that one day we could knock out all these variants of the coronavirus with one antibody? I'm Liz Bonus. Some new research we can't wait to tell you about. It is just ahead.
It is 4:44 and on the path forward, new research shows we could soon have one potent therapy against all of the strains of the coronavirus in the body. Medical reporter Liz Bonas shares what's been discovered.
Hey there, hello to you. One of the reasons we've had a worldwide crisis with COVID-19 is that the virus keeps changing. That leads to new variants which continue to escape antibodies produced by vaccines in our bodies to knock them out. Now, for the first time, scientists in science immunology have figured out how to produce a powerful new antibody that appears to neutralize all of the current COVID-19 variants we have discovered so far, from the original Wuhan strain first discovered in China to the Omicron variants circulating now. They did it by looking at what all these variants have in common.
So it's looking at what is it through all these various mutations, what areas or regions or specific antigens haven't changed.
By looking at what they have in common, public health provider Dr. Steve Fagans told me they've developed one antibody that we know, based on lab studies, knocks out all of the variants.
And it did appear, at least in the laboratory, to have an impact, and that's what's new.
Now, of course, we need to find out if it will do the same thing in humans and what that means. Will that one antibody knockout stop infection of SARS-CoV-2? And could we get one shot of it, much like measles maybe, that would last a lifetime? I'm medical reporter Liz Bonas. Now back to you.
Thank you, Liz. Making headlines this morning, Chick-fil-A says a recent tweet was not meant to be insensitive or disrespectful. A Twitter user had shared his love for spicy chicken nuggets, to which the company responded his community would be first to know when it's added to the menu. Some felt that it was a reference to the black community and criticized the company for being a racist establishment. The fast food chain told NBC News it was a poor choice of words, and the company often uses the term community in a broader sense when discussing where they operate. Let's check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers. We're getting rid of some of that rain. Justin, are we clearing out for the day?
Yeah, absolutely, Megan. After our morning that's going to be a little bit cloudy and muggy, we'll see more sunshine for the afternoon and overall some drier weather ahead. In fact, once we get into the next couple of days, I think you're going to like how things will shape up, especially in the morning times and the evening as well. But right now, looking out over downtown Baltimore, a beautiful shot here over the Inner Harbor. And yeah, still seeing some patchy fog in certain areas. That's because we have a lot of moisture left over from all of the rain that we've had over the last couple of days. 71, your official number at BWI, 90% humidity with that dew point at 68 degrees. So definitely feeling that humidity that is out there. Here's our HD radar. I'm really not seeing actual rain showers. Again, just a little bit of the leftover moisture that's here. The actual rain that we're seeing is really for you on the eastern shore. And this is actually moving out of Easton and Cambridge over toward Denton right now, eventually heading over toward parts of Delaware. We're still seeing some thunderstorm action right now, and also some stronger storms are actually in parts of New York. In fact, they just had a tornado warning earlier this morning in Queens, New York, and that's all along this frontal boundary that brought us the weather alert day yesterday. Now that's bringing some of the active weather to parts of the Northeast. But once this front continues to pass through, we'll see drier conditions back behind that, less humid as well, and temperatures that are not going to be too bad. Over the next few hours, though, our numbers will stay in the upper 60s and lower 70s as you grab a cup of coffee and enjoy breakfast with us this morning. Sun coming up at 6:46 and goes to bed tonight at 7:18, getting closer to 12 hours of day and night as that autumnal equinox is just around the corner. 81 is typically where we are this time of year. A lot of us in the upper 70s and lower 80s from Westminster and Cockeysville out to Bel Air and Hartford County. 79 for you in Chestertown today. Notice to the west is where we'll see the cooler air. So Pittsburgh and Cumberland in the upper 60s and mid 70s, while we're still hanging on to some lower 80s for New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. Even heading down the ocean today, looking at 78 there in Ocean City. Now here's a look at our temperature tracker. So the trend right there, you can see that red line. That's the average this time of year. So lower 80s is typically where we are as we head into mid-September. We're going to keep those low 80s around at least through the rest of this week. But look what happens. Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, we'll start to see those numbers go back up. And we've still got some mid to upper 80s. Bob, looking like the 90s are pretty much done, but you can never rule that out. As we know, we can get hot in September. All right, so here's our future scan. The drier air working in, and really nothing to get in our way. Plenty of sunshine, less humidity as we get into Wednesday and Thursday. Some really nice fall-like days will be around the corner. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. Getting set for Ravens home opener this Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium. Should be fantastic weather for the game there. But again, leading up to that, numbers stay in the 80s and overnight lows into the 60s, even some 50s for a few mornings as well. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We've got your drive times pulled up, and look at that. Looking great in the green this morning. Let's get a check on mass transit. We have Kurt Kroenke with the MTA joining us. Hi, Kurt. Good morning.
Good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. We've got on the MTA systems on the MARC trains, Penn Train 401 operating with a 5-minute delay. Light Rail Link looking good, no delays there. And on the Metro Link, we do have single tracking between West Cold Spring and State Center stations, and that may cause some delays for riders this morning. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Kurt Kroenke.
Thank you, Kurt. Happening this morning, Wheel of Fortune Live is coming to Maryland, and you have the chance to go for free. The Wheel of Fortune Live Tour performance is happening at the Hall at Live Casino in Hanover on September 25th. Stay with Fox 45 News all morning and wait for your cue to call in, and the 10th caller will win 4 tickets to the show. And then on Friday, you could have the chance to win VIP tickets to that experience. Questions this morning on who knew what and when they knew it. Still ahead, the hearing taking place into the city's response to the water crisis.
On southern border, 2 very different takes on just how safe and secure it is. I'm Christine Frizzau in Washington with what we're learning.
It is 4:53, and we have new details this morning. Former President Donald Trump was spotted making a surprise visit to Washington, D.C. He was seen at Dulles International Airport Sunday evening. Now, there has been some speculation as to the reason for the visit. Some think that Trump was heading for his Northern Virginia golf course as he was spotted wearing golf shoes. Others say it could have been something to do with the ongoing investigation into his handling of classified documents. This is only the second time Trump has returned to the nation's capital since leaving the Oval Office. Former President Trump's legal team is calling out the Department of Justice. In a new filing, the former president's lawyers say the DOJ's investigation has just spiraled out of control. Trump's legal team is asking a judge to deny the DOJ's request to continue to investigate the documents.
This investigation is just hitting essentially a roadblock here with the special master discussion and potentially even the appeal. So the momentum of it and the completion timeline are really going to be pushed back.
The new filing comes after a judge granted the former president's request for an independent investigator to review the documents. Former aides to President Trump claimed that he threatened not to leave the White House after losing the 2020 election. That's according to CNN, citing a forthcoming book from New York Times reporter Maggie Haberman. According to the report, Trump told an aide, quote, "We're never leaving. How can you leave when you won an election?" New York Times reporter Luke Broadwater says it was part of a scheme by Trump to stay in power.
It was everything from seizing voting machines to putting forward plans for fake electors. But now we have his own comments to people around him. First, that he seemed to acknowledge that he had lost, and then that he was saying he was going to stay in office no matter what the voters said, no matter what the will of the people was.
The report does not identify the aides making the accusation. The Justice Department and the House are investigating Trump's efforts to overturn the election results. Publicly, Trump told reporters in November of 2020 that he would certainly leave office while maintaining his unfounded claims of vast election fraud. Trump, of course, departed the White House hours before President Biden's inauguration, which he did not attend. 4:56, thousands of migrants continue to be bused from Texas and Arizona to Washington, D.C. Now D.C.'s mayor is trying to create an Office of Migrant Affairs to handle the influx.
How do we treat people humanely? It also allows us to make sure that our homeless services system and our system to create affordable housing isn't broken down by this crisis that we didn't create.
Since April, some 9,000 migrants have arrived in D.C. The city says it will spend $10 million to set up the migrant office and will be seeking reimbursement from FEMA. Now people living near the southern border are pleading for federal aid. The government itself is calling for change as well, but it's becoming clear that there are gaps in what kinds of change officials say are needed. St. Clair National correspondent Christine Frizzell explains.
Week after week, they travel nearly 2,000 miles, making Washington, D.C. one of the latest cities to feel firsthand the brunt of what many call a crisis at the southern border. Busloads of migrants from Texas brought here, as the city's mayor says it's simply too much to handle, declaring a public emergency.
To make sure that our systems in D.C. are not broken by a crisis that is certainly not of our making.
Meanwhile, just 2 miles away is the White House. The Biden administration acknowledging a broken system, but not a broken border.
We're going to have 2 million people cross this border for the first time ever. You're confident this border's secure?
We have a secure border in that is a priority for any nation, including ours and our administration.
A different point of view in Eagle Pass, Texas, where full measure Cheryl Atkinson just returned from.
It's clear they're fighting a war without help they need from the federal government.
She found government officials, law enforcement, and residents overwhelmed.
Like right now, they still got places where they haven't finished the fence, and they got gates. They let them through.
What do you attribute that to?
Mr. Biden.
The Biden administration says it's focused on root causes of mass migration, including countries where corruption, violence, and devastated economies are causing people to leave their homes, adding that U.S. laws do allow for them to make claims for asylum in this country.
When individuals arrive in the United States and make a claim of fear of persecution by reason of their membership in a particular social group, they are able to make a claim for asylum in immigration court.
Still, with more and more migrants coming, those claims are piling up in an immigration court system that is backing up, and a divided Congress which for now doesn't appear to have immigration reform on its agenda. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
The mayor asking for your help in coming up with a solution to the squeegee kid problem plaguing city streets. Coming up, where you can give your input today.
City council members and the mayor aren't agreeing on the response to last week's water crisis. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how they plan to move forward.
Temperatures are not too bad right now, and the rain is moving on. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect with your forecast on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and somebody's really excited to be back at his job.
We're excited to have him back, meteorologist Justin Chambers. Yeah. Woohoo!
I missed the weather desk.
But you had a great vacation, did you not?
I did have a good, it was a good time for sure. But happy to be back. Patrice, Tom, good morning to both of you. Bonjour, as they say over in that other country in France. Taking a look outside right now. Good morning, everybody. And looking out over the Inner Harbor, really pretty start this morning. And yes, it's a little bit muggy as you make your way out. And overall, the rain has moved on. Still a few leftover showers in Denton and the Eastern Shore, but most of that rain and the thunderstorms are in parts of southern Delaware, heading out toward the Eastern Shore at this time. 67 your temp in Cockeysville. We're at 70 in Bel Air and Westminster, 69 in Baltimore City. So after a misty and muggy morning, we will be clearing up for the afternoon, part of our weather story for the day. And we do have a drier week ahead. Think you're going to like some of those numbers that we're going to get into. Your morning drive may see some patchy fog over the next couple of hours, so just be aware of that. But more sunshine on the way later today, with temperatures rising back to the lower 80s. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. And now to your Len Stoller traffic network here. And you see the cameras around the area, around the Baltimore region here, looking fine. No major issues to report. To start off this morning, though, in a city in crisis, Mayor Brandon Scott asking everyone to be part of the solution when it comes to addressing concerns with squeegee kids.
Well, one thing the mayor said he would not do is authorize police to clear the corners. And as the summer season winds down, Fox 45 News is demanding answers about a long-term solution.
Mayor Scott's Squeegee Collaborative is still underway, and we could hear recommendations soon. Today, you can join the conversation about finding a solution.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning from a popular spot where you often see squeegee kids. Shannon, the mayor's asking for everyone to submit ideas for the squeegee kids solution.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Patrice. Today, the conversation is now opened up to the public to try to find a solution for what to do about the squeegee kid problem that you so often see right here on President Street and other streets around the city. And tonight, you do have the opportunity to weigh in. So we want to pull up the details for this meeting right here on your screen. This is going to be held from 6 to 8 p.m. at New Shiloh Baptist Church on North Monroe Street. Now, if you do want to come, you need to register online first. So we do have a link on our website for how you can do that. You can go on our website and click on that link to register. You'll remember, though, this is a conversation that's already been in the works. The mayor's been holding private meetings with a group called the Squeegee Collaborative over the last 2 months. Now, that's a group made up of leaders, businesses, and community members convening weekly to tackle the root cause of squeegeeing and what can be done to provide these squeegee kids more resources and opportunities. The mayor, though, Tom and Patrice, as you mentioned, refusing to actually authorize police to physically remove squeegee kids from street corners.
Shannon, we know the mayor and police have a plan in place right now that boosts patrols in some known squeegee areas. Do we know how long that's going to last?
Yeah, so Patrice, we don't have a timeline right now, but we do know that this is not something that can go on forever. We know that police are using hundreds of hours of overtime to increase their patrols on street corners. And so actually, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says it's a plan that's not sustainable for the long term. But we did reach out to the Baltimore Police Department. They sent us this statement yesterday saying that they don't have an end date set for the increased patrols and, quote, "We continue to work with our community partners and assess the situation on a day-to-day basis." Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Well, Fox 45 News has seen video after video from our viewers showing heated interactions with squeegee kids. Some of those encounters have led to physical fights or squeegee kids damaging cars. In July, Baltimore City Police charged a squeegee kid with shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds. Police say Reynolds got out of his car and confronted a group of squeegee kids with a bat.
Mayor Scott and City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby have both said they won't clear the streets of squeegee kids. But there are laws in place to keep them out of the intersections. One law stating a person cannot stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. Another statute targets aggressive soliciting. That's defined by actions like intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation. Enforcement of those laws, though, has been limited.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, the Baltimore City Council is calling for accountability from the Department of Public Works. And this week, we'll see the first investigative hearing into the recent water crisis in West Baltimore. Members are concerned about the city's response to E. coli found in the water supply last week.
Oh, it was horrible. I mean, a lot of people were really scared. For this to happen is highly, highly unusual. So we have to get to the bottom of it.
Now, while the mayor stands by DPW, the city council and city residents, they want answers.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from City Hall, where there seems to be a disconnect this morning between the mayor and the city council. Olivia.
Yeah, Patrice, there definitely is. Several city council members have questions about the handling of the water crisis, and a hearing is scheduled for this Thursday at 2 p.m. to try to get some answers. At yesterday's meeting, city council members got approval to have investigative hearings to address last week's contaminated water crisis, and several city council members are demanding answers and accountability.
Everyone was kept in the dark. The big danger is that, come Monday, you had babies' formula being mixed with E. coli water. You had seniors who were taking their medicine with E. coli water.
I do believe that things could have been done better. I know we got information later in the game, right, in terms of a late Sunday night into Monday morning.
Despite council members' concerns, Mayor Brandon Scott says the city handled the water crisis correctly. And unlike city council members, he isn't being critical of DPW.
This wasn't something that DPW mismanaged. They found out the water had this in it because they did the testing. This wasn't someone else telling us.
Now, you may remember it took days for the Department of Public Works to inform residents of the contaminated water, so maybe at Thursday's hearing we'll finally get some answers. Back to you.
Olivia, do you know if Thursday's hearing will be the only meeting on this water crisis?
Yeah, Tom, probably not. We know that Councilman Schleifer has been critical of DPW's handling of the situation, and he says he will plan to have meetings every Thursday until all of his questions get answered. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Are city leaders honest about problems facing Baltimore? So far, 98% of those who voted say no. We want to know what you think. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to make your voice heard.
Well, in just a few hours, a Twitter whistleblower is expected to testify before Congress surrounding the allegations of a lack of security within this social media platform.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with how this is expected to play out today and what it could mean for you. Megan.
That's the big question, guys. Taking you live to Capitol Hill, where we are now hearing that Peter Zatko will be testifying this morning. If you remember, he was Twitter's head of security until he was fired earlier this year. He's now claiming the company misled regulators about its security standards and its efforts to control and prohibit fake accounts. Zatko filing complaints not only with the Justice Department, but also the Federal Trade Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission. Twitter denying Zatko's claims, calling the complaint a false narrative riddled with inconsistencies and inaccuracies. This bombshell testimony, guys, though, it is happening on the very same day that Twitter shareholders are scheduled to vote on the company's potential buyout from this guy, Tesla CEO Elon Musk. The billionaire now trying to get out of his $44 billion bid to buy the company. Twitter now suing in hopes of getting Musk to go through with the deal. Now, here's the twist. Musk will actually be able to use today's testimony as evidence to get out of that purchase. He's claiming the tech giant misled him and also the public about the company's alleged problems with spam accounts. His trial against Twitter is set for October 17th. Zatko, meantime, set to testify this morning at 10 a.m. We'll keep you posted. Back to you, Patrice.
All right, Megan, thank you. Punishing the poor. That's what some state leaders think a plan for student loan forgiveness is doing. Still ahead, the group that's shining a light on the big worry surrounding President Biden's plan.
And we're still having to deal with some leftover moisture this morning, but good news, drier air and temperatures that are not too bad this week. We're going to break it all down for you on your forecast coming up. Stay with us. Good morning. Welcome back, everybody. 5:12 is your time right now. I'm meteorologist Justin Chambers. We're actually seeing some temperatures in the lower 50s in western Maryland right now. Most of us are waking up in the upper 60s and lower 70s, a bit muggy this morning. Out for that jog or that run. We'll get it right. It is going to be a little bit sweaty with numbers in the upper 60s over the next few hours. We're back with your full forecast, taking you through what we can expect today and the rest of the week ahead in just a few.
A double rainbow fills up the sky over Hunt Valley following our weather alert day yesterday. If you capture images or videos like this, because this is pretty cool, we want to see it. Go to foxbaltimore.com and tap chime in to upload, and you might just get a shout out on TV. So thanks to the person that sent that.
Making your headlines this morning, right in the middle of the storms, crews actually had to make emergency repairs to a BGE gas line where Pikesville and the city meet in northwest Baltimore. BGE telling Fox 45 a contractor not affiliated with the utility struck the gas line. There were no reported injuries, thankfully, but it did cause some major traffic issues during the evening commute.
Remembering the Queen. After the break, the events happening around the world.
Rainy and stormy couple of days, but guess what? We could see some sunshine today. I think Justin brought that for us. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's excited to be back from vacation, and he's breaking down our forecast for us.
Queen Elizabeth's final journey is underway. Thousands of people lining the streets of Scotland as the Queen's coffin made its way to St. Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh.
I think that it's important that we honour her as is due to our Queen. I think it's important that we reflect her life adequately.
King Charles and his siblings were walking behind the hearse carrying their mother's casket. The Queen will be buried next week. She'll rest next to her husband Philip at Windsor Castle. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden will be in attendance. Well, now we want to get another check with your weather, and it's good news on that front.
That's right. So meteorologist Justin Chambers comes back from vacation and brings some much nicer weather with him.
It's interesting, too, Patrice, Tom, good morning to both of you. It rained pretty much every day that we were in France, and then I got back, and it was raining this weekend, and I was like, oh, great, everybody's going to blame me again for bringing the rain back. But good news this week, because we are going to see a lot more drier air moving in as we head into the afternoon, and a lot more sunshine as well, plus that humidity. We're going to take a break from that here as we get later into the week. Officially at BWI, we're at 69 degrees, the dew point at 67 degrees, so we definitely have that humidity that is out there. You may even run into some patchy fog if you're out early this morning. Notice on our HD radar, we're not tracking actual rain showers at this time. We did have some rain that was rolling over parts of the eastern shore, but that is now well to the east, off over toward the Delaware River at this moment. And pushing back a little bit further, you can see that cold front right here. This is what was kind of helping to initiate some of those storms that we saw yesterday afternoon. Some of you saw a lot of rain in a short amount of time that prompted some of those flood watches and warnings as well. Even had a tornado warning south of D.C. yesterday afternoon. But again, that front is continuing to push off toward the east. As you get the kids ready for school this morning, beep, beep, I think everybody is now back. I left and there were still a couple of schools, and I'm sure everybody's all back and getting to it right now. 69 here in the next couple of hours, upper 70s by noontime and recess, and lower 80s when you pick the kids up this afternoon. Plenty of sunshine later today, maybe a little squishy on those golf courses, but if you do want to get out on your forecast, we'll see those numbers in the lower 70s by 9 and upper 70s through the middle part of the day. High temps today around Carroll and Baltimore County will be in the upper 70s for Westminster and Eldersburg over to Reisterstown, 79 in Towson and Perry Hall over to White Marsh, lower 80s in Dundalk and Middle River, and keeping those lower 80s up and down the 95 corridor for New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. for the afternoon. Good news on your 7-day forecast, we're dry, so not going to see any rain for a while. Overnight lows into the 60s, even some upper 50s as you get into Friday morning. We'll see those numbers stay into the 80s. Ravens game, the first home game of the season, is Sunday, and we're going to see temperatures that will actually be warmer for the final weekend of summer. Back to you.
Goodness, the final weekend
there
of summer. Here you are,
there
back with that. I guess it's true, though. All right, looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now and our drive times, we are in the green at this early hour. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Kurt Kroenke with the MTA. Hi, Kurt.
Good morning, Patrice. We're looking pretty good out on the rails this morning. We do have a couple of MARC train delays on the Penn Line 505, 5 to 10 minutes late. Brunswick 870 has a 5-minute delay. Light Rail Link operating on schedule from Hunt Valley to Cromwell Station, Glen Burnie. And we've got on the Metro Link single tracking between West Cold Spring and State Center stations, and that may cause some delays for riders this morning on the Metro Link. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Kurt Kroenke.
Thank you, Kurt. A deadly start to the school year prompting calls for change from one city councilman, what he wants the school system to do, and why parents say it's still not enough.
Plus, mixed opinions on student loan forgiveness, why some college students are against the move. 5:20 is your time. 522, President Joe Biden touting the new infrastructure law that's funding a multi-million-dollar upgrade for the Boston Logan International Airport. Now, we talked about the new law at the airport.
Today, not a single solitary American airport, not one, ranks in the top 25 in the world. The United States of America, not one airport ranks in the top 25 in the world. What the hell's the matter with us? It means commerce. It means income. It means security.
The infrastructure law grants $1 billion spread across 85 airports in the U.S. Boston's airport is getting the biggest chunk with $62 million of it. Other airports getting large sums of money to upgrade include Denver, Orlando, Detroit, and Philadelphia.
Inflation remains high. The Federal Reserve is getting ready to roll out another interest rate hike this month to try to bring inflation down. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says it's not likely they'll be able to raise interest rates without triggering a recession.
The Fed is going to need great skill and also some good luck to achieve what we sometimes call a soft landing.
The Biden administration is also monitoring negotiations between the nation's largest railroad freight companies and labor unions. Contract negotiations are stalled. If there is not an agreement by Friday, workers are expected to strike. A strike could cost $2 billion every day, as everything from cars to coal to farm and food products could be stalled, leading to empty shelves and higher prices.
Now, that strike could cancel all Mark, Camden, and Brunswick line service as early as Friday morning. CSX owns the track, and its unions are barreling toward a work stoppage. If their signal and track workers walk off the job, Mark, along with other regional rail carriers across the country, would have to halt their service. We should know the Penn service will not be affected. Fox 45 News has compiled a list of alternative commute options on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Governor Larry Hogan is joining 20 other governors around the country speaking out against President Biden's plan to forgive up to $20,000 in federal student loan debt.
Now, in the letter, the governor says that the plan punishes the poor and shifts the burden of debt from the wealthy to working Americans. The governors join several other GOP leaders pushing back against this plan.
As the National Desk's Angela Brown explains, some of the loudest pushback is coming from college students.
Like most college students, Emily Fowler has big plans for the future while pursuing music at Masters University.
I would love to serve my nation in some way by being involved in politics, specifically pro-life policy.
Before attending Masters, Fowler completed community college, a strategic move she says saved her $40,000, now hoping to graduate debt-free.
For me, as a college student who made a sacrifice to go to community college first, I was very frustrated when I heard that Biden was just going to forgive tens of thousands of dollars in student debt.
The Wharton Business School says the president's loan cancellation plan will cost taxpayers up to $519 billion. The president, when asked about fairness, called out lawmakers criticizing student loan forgiveness, but voted for tax cuts that benefited the wealthy.
Is it fair to people who, in fact, do not own multi-billion-dollar businesses that she want these guys to give them all a tax breaks? Is that fair?
The White House estimates 90% of debt relief would go to people making under $75,000 a year. Crystal has been paying off student debt for 10 years.
It just would be a lot less stressful, and I would, I think, wake up a lot happier if I didn't have so much weighing over me.
But some college students like Fowler say taxpayer dollars shouldn't have to pay off that debt. The fiscally conservative National Taxpayers Union says debt cancellation could cost taxpayers nearly $2,500.
We need policies that are going to drive down that tuition so that students never have to take out these crazy big debts to begin with.
Under the president's plan, students can get $10,000 in debt relief or $20,000 if they have Pell Grants. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
An 11-year-old boy charged with first-degree arson in Carroll County. Coming up, we're going to take a look at some of the different jurisdictions around the state and how they're handling this uptick in juvenile crime.
City council members are introducing several new bills that could have a major impact on Baltimore residents. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll break down those bills. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Drying out today. I guess that's the bottom line when we think about weather.
Yes.
We have a lot of
The
rain.
sun came out in the middle of the day yesterday, and then the rain
soupy,
came.
right?
Then it poured, which was fine. I was in the house at that point, so it was just nice to watch outside. Not to take the dog out in, though. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see if it's going to be a little better today.
Yeah, we definitely had that weather alert day, guys, with all of that moisture and the sun heating everything up. That's why we had those storms yesterday afternoon and evening time. All of that is done for now. In fact, things looking good as we step outside early and look out over the Inner Harbor. The Domino Sugar sign all lit up nicely right there. Here's a look at your temperatures, and a lot of us are in the mid to upper 60s and a few lower 70s for Owings Mills and Cockeysville. Woodlawn at 68 right now. You're at 70 as you wake up with us in Dundalk and Essex over to Middle River. So your morning drive, Mr. Bowe says we are good to go. Again, just watch for some patchy fog. Still may be lingering over the next hour or so, but eventually we'll see a lot more sunshine. And a high of 82 today, which is pretty close to average for this time of year. Back for your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Clearly, the focus in the leadership of the city and really in the leadership of the state and the General Assembly has been sort of some of the softer approaches that are consistent with, again, juvenile delinquency, not with, hardcore violent crimes.
Well, developing now, an 11-year-old charged with first-degree arson is raising some questions this morning about how Maryland deals with children charged with crimes.
Shannon Lilly joins us live now from downtown Baltimore with how one county is cracking down. Shannon?
Well, there are complaints, Patrice, that Baltimore and some other jurisdictions are now paying the price for taking a softer approach when it comes to kids and crime. In fact, we're seeing it happen time and time again.
Take this fire at a Dollar General in Hampstead, for example. This 11-year-old seen walking in the store on the day of the fire is believed to have torched it. He's now charged as a juvenile with first-degree arson in the crime. And earlier this summer in Baltimore City, a 9-year-old allegedly shot and killed a 15-year-old girl. In Maryland, 9-year-olds cannot be criminally charged. In fact, in Annapolis this year, lawmakers passed new laws making it easier for more child suspects to be tried as juveniles instead of adults. But some jurisdictions in the state are now cracking down.
We are arresting and rearresting the same children and adults who are committing crimes in our community.
In Prince George's County, county leaders who have seen crime soar this summer are calling for a curfew and a tougher approach.
It's clear that the problem is what happens after the arrest, or in our case, what doesn't happen.
Now, this past weekend was the first weekend for that curfew in Prince George's County, and police there say there were no issues. Meanwhile, that 11-year-old arson suspect who's charged as a juvenile in Carroll County, well, he's back home this morning. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, the president of the union representing Baltimore City School Police is calling out school leadership after a violent start to the school year.
Yeah, the violence also reigniting the debate over whether officers should be armed while inside Baltimore City schools.
In a tweet, President Clyde Boatwright called out city leadership, saying, quote, "A few days ago, a student was murdered at his high school on the parking lot during dismissal. And some of our elected officials are quietly thankful for the water crisis so they don't have to discuss the dead students."
Well, Baltimore City Councilman Robert Stokes heads the council's Education, Workforce, and Youth Committee and responded to Boatwright's concerns. Stokes told Fox 45 News he plans to hold another hearing to discuss what more can be done to improve safety inside Baltimore City public schools.
We're going to talk about guns in the school. We are now handicapping our school police. We got to worry about the safety of our teachers. We got to worry about the safety of the administration in these schools and the students, everybody.
Well, during the city council meeting, Councilman Zeke Cohen formally called on Baltimore City Public Schools to create a plan to implement restorative practices. Those trainings in all city schools before the end of this school year. It comes after 17-year-old Merville High School student Jeremiah Brogdon was shot and killed on school grounds earlier this month.
Students, teachers, parents, every stakeholder group has rallied together
in support of having restorative practices at every single city school. Currently, we have about 53 that are split between social and emotional learning and restorative practices. Now is the time for us to scale up.
Well, the busy city council meeting also covering several other bills that could significantly impact the city and you.
Olivia Dance joins us live from downtown Baltimore with the other main topics covered in the meeting and the new bills introduced. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, Monday's city council meeting was a busy one with a number of new bills being introduced that could have major impacts on Baltimore residents. Of course, the Department of Public Works handling of last week's contaminated water crisis was also a big topic of discussion. But one bill introduced would give all residents, including renters, the right to a copy of any water bill upon request. Another bill would require certain vacant buildings in Baltimore to be kept secret. The council also called for a hearing to get more information about the new Johns Hopkins Police Department. Last week, the university announced it's creating its own police department. And finally, the council will hold 2 investigative hearings this Thursday, one with the elections director on the June primary and another with DPW on the water crisis.
So a lot of frustration all around. I think a lot of it was the Department of Public Works as well as the mayor's office in terms of that unclear and inconsistent communication at the beginning of the contamination event. I will say as time went on, things did improve.
And several city council members are frustrated over the handling of the water crisis, and they're hoping to get some answers during Thursday's hearing at 2 p.m. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Wall Street trending a little higher as we get ready for this morning's monthly inflation report.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we're expecting and what it's going to mean for your wallet.
Yeah, the Consumer Price Index, guys, this is what tracks everything. Changes in prices for everything we pay for. Basic goods, everything from the food in your fridge to energy, gas in your car. Economists are hoping that falling gas prices, falling travel costs, and improving supply chains will also mean that we're starting to see inflation come down. This report could be tricky, though. Here's why. Take a look. The month-to-month forecast is expected to show overall inflation falling slightly by 0.1%, the first decline in over a year. However, if you strip out fuel prices, monthly core inflation is expected to rise. We're talking by 0.3%, suggesting that prices on many other goods are still climbing. And this is important, guys, because Fed Chair Jerome Powell has indicated tougher measures could be coming in the way of higher interest rates when the Fed meets again next week. Just to put things in perspective, compared to August of last year, we expect the annual inflation rate to come in at 8%. It's still very high, but it's a lower read than the previous 2 months, a sign that annual inflation has likely peaked. Again, the inflation report drops here at 8:30. We're going to bring it to you live as it happens. For now, we'll send it back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Slow down or get a ticket, where new speed cameras are going up in Hartford County.
Plus, after days of rainy weather, we could be drying out today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when the sunshine returns. 5:38 is the time.
Welcome back, everybody. We're 19 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Tuesday morning. Still seeing a few showers on the radar map, but most of these are all into Delaware. So not seeing any rain this morning, but that moisture, it is definitely out there. And we had a lot of moisture over the last couple of days. So go ahead and turn the sprinklers off. You will not need them with the rain that we've had. However, we have a dry week ahead as we head into the weekend as well. Going to break that down for you coming up. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Happening right now, we're going to take you live where Queen Elizabeth is lying in state. Here's a live look from right outside St. Giles Cathedral in Scotland as thousands have been quietly walking by inside that castle, paying their respects, some of them even taking a knee. Her body will be moved to Britain come Tuesday. Now, looking ahead, the Maryland Transportation Authority will install a speed camera along Interstate 95 in Hartford County next week.
That camera will be installed in the construction zone on the southbound side near Maryland Route 152 next Monday.
The agency says there will be a 21-day warning period before it starts giving out $40 fines. Speed limit in that area is 65 miles per hour.
Baltimore City is holding its first ever community meeting on the fate of squeegee kids. Still ahead this morning, the ways you can weigh in and make your voice heard.
Questions this morning on who knew what and when they knew it. Still ahead, the hearing taking place in the city's response to the water crisis. 5:42 is your time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, if you're of a certain young age, you may think that Tesla was the start of electric vehicles. But if you're a little bit older, you may remember 40 years ago when they showed up on a few dealer lots.
I don't remember that. I'm in that younger. It turns out a blast from the past recently showed up on one northern Michigan lot. Mark Schaller from our sister station in Traverse City reports.
At Spears Auto and Repair in Cadillac, owner John Spears easily admits he has an unusual car problem.
There is another.
Not an unusual problem, but a problem with unusual cars.
I do. I like the oddities.
So when a customer came in with an unusual trade-in vehicle,
I was standing in the shop and I'd seen it coming on the trailer. Immediately, I went out to go see what it was because I've never seen one.
And you probably haven't either, or at least not recently.
Basically, it's in the 80s they built these to combat against the fuel price, the fuel cost.
It fights fuel prices because it doesn't use any. This 1981 Invicta is all electric.
On the other side, it's just 110. You plug it to your house like with an extension cord.
In 1981, this unusual car didn't get a ton of attention from buyers, but in 2022, at the lot here, it steals the show.
We get people through here every day. I would say at least 4 to 5 people. They come in, they want to take a picture with it, they want to know what it is. It draws a lot of attention.
It's not fancy.
It's an A to B car. They're pretty basic. There's no AC. It does come with a small heater that goes in the back that you can plug in the wintertime if you wanted to drive it in the winter.
But for a car that's whisper quiet, it does have an impressive horn. John sells cars. It's what he does. But he knows that when a buyer who shares his unusual car problem shows up, he's going to miss this one a little more than most.
I would. Cars like this I get attached to.
All right. Yeah, it's quirky.
Yeah.
I mean, sure.
You can
rack
have that.
batteries up in the front.
It looks like a golf cart to me.
It does look like a golf cart.
I got to tell you, when I was in France, sorry, you're going to hear this all morning, but did not see one Ford F-150, 250, Dakota. They do not have pickup trucks over there. Do not. Did not see one. I was looking for them. No pickup trucks.
How they haul things.
Missed them. So what was everybody driving? What were you driving?
Small cars. I don't know. We were in some Peugeot 2008. That was the kind of car we were in.
I remember Peugeots.
Yeah. No, they're
all
over
had
France.
one when I was growing up.
Yeah. Nice. I mean, the streets are like this, man. You gotta, and then the parking garage, you're like, Wee! So anyway. I didn't have
battery operated like that one that we just
was not battery operated. No, sir. No, they definitely have fuel, and fuel is not cheap over there. But either way, we'll take a look at how things are looking right now. Good morning to all of you. Happy to be back here in Maryland. It was so happened we were flying over. We crossed the Susquehanna River, and I'm like, yes, we're back home. This is awesome. So our live cam right now in Towson, looking great here at this moment. Now it is definitely muggy. There is no doubt about that. 69 your current temp in Towson. The dew point at 67 degrees. So we have that humidity. But what's going to happen over the next couple of days, the mugginess trend? Look at this. We've got some comfortable and pleasant conditions. Our dew point temps are going to come down. So even though it's muggy right now, as we head toward the afternoon, you'll get that drier air mass that's going to move in, and that will make things feel a lot nicer over the next couple of days. Checking our HD radar, not really anything in terms of actual rain falling right now, just again some of the cloud cover that's still left over, but that's because this cold front pushing through, actually bringing some strong storms to the northeast and areas in Delaware right now. Not an issue for us as the rain is done, and it's going to be done for a while, too. As you rise and shine with us and enjoy some coffee and breakfast, we're talking about upper 60s and lower 70s. Un café, s'il vous plaît. That's what we had to say it over there. So, all right, our day planner at 70 by 8 a.m. We'll see those temperatures by noontime into the upper 70s. Josh, I can hear you in my ear there, buddy. 78 by noontime and overnight lows. We'll see those highs today in the lower 80s by about 2, 3 o'clock for the afternoons. 81 is our average this time of year. Upper 70s and lower 80s is where we will end up as we head toward the afternoon. All right, I don't need my IFB. I'll just take it out. All right, so lower 80s Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and we'll keep those 80s going into Saturday. Ravens game Sunday, the home opener with temperatures in the mid-80s Sunday afternoon.
Hi, thank you, Justin. Now to the Lens Solar Traffic Network and taking a look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region here. Everyone's moving along just fine. Construction zones, the only places that people are tapping their brakes. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Kurt Kroenke with the MTA. And Kurt, have you ever been to France like Justin's talking about all morning?
No, I haven't. I've never gone that direction, just the other side, to Asia.
Okay, all right, nice. All right, well, thank you. How's mass transit looking around Baltimore?
Tom, we're looking good right now. We do have on the MARC trains a couple of delays. 872 on the Brunswick line, operating with a 15 to 20-minute delay. And 505 on the Penn line has a 10-minute delay. 841 on the Camden line is operating 5 to 10 minutes late as well. And we've got on the Light Rail Link on-time service, Metro Subway Link, single tracking between West Cold Spring and State Center stations and that may cause some delays for Metro Subway Link riders. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Kurt Kroenke.
Thank you, Kurt.
Nearly 24 Republican governors sending a letter to President Joe Biden demanding he withdraw the student loan forgiveness plan. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington.
.54 on this Tuesday morning. We're looking ahead. The federal student loan forgiveness plan application is expected to be open for borrowers October 1st. The Education Department says you must fill out an application if your yearly income isn't already on file. Once applications are submitted, the Education Department says forgiveness should hit accounts by the first of the year. Now, in the meantime, nearly 24 Republican governors are coming together to oppose President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan.
In a letter to the president, leaders requesting that he immediately withdraw his plan. The National Desk Kayla Gaskin reports with more on what the letter from governors and from senators says.
In the letter, Republicans laying out their opposition to the plan, arguing it's unfair, but also alluding to possible future legal challenges, doubling down on the point the president doesn't have the constitutional authority to do what he did.
It's the latest move from those staunchly opposed to President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. 22 Republican governors from states like Florida, Texas, Iowa, and Ohio asking Biden to withdraw the plan immediately. The governors arguing it ultimately rewards the rich and punishes the poor, expressing fears loan forgiveness will exacerbate inflation. The White House disagrees.
Restarting payments and providing targeted relief would actually be disinflationary.
The letter also challenges the legality of the plan. Biden using the student loan forgiveness section of the 2003 HEROES Act as legal justification, But some legal scholars say he's wrong because the act was passed to specifically help the heroes of 9/11.
The constitutionality has to do with the ultimate ability of the president to interpret a statute in a way that differs from the original intent or the original wording of the statute. And you're not supposed to be able to do that under our Constitution because Congress has the power of lawmaking.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi had this to say on the topic last summer.
People think that the President of the United States has the power for debt forgiveness. He does not. He can postpone, he can delay, but he does not have that power. That has to be an act of Congress.
A group of Democratic senators penning their own letter to the president Monday, asking for forgiveness to extend to Parent Plus borrowers. With payments restarting in January and forgiveness applications expected to open in a few short weeks, some Republicans, like Arizona's Attorney General, pushing for a legal challenge to be brought sooner rather than later.
The Department of Education says a student loan forgiveness application should be open by early October. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
5:57 now in your national news. It's being called one of the biggest nurses strikes in the nation. 15,000 union nurses go on strike in Minnesota.
And nurses with the Minnesota Nurses Association striking at 16 hospitals across 7 different hospital systems. Nurses say they're striking for better pay and working conditions. Many saying they are overworked and underpaid and are tired of seeing their colleagues quit for better pay somewhere else.
We are out here literally to save our profession. 51% of us could potentially leave the bedside as of next year. 51%, that's a health crisis.
This is really a public health crisis for Minnesota. When Minnesotans get sick, when there's a pandemic, or they have any other kind of health crisis, they depend on skilled and caring nurses to be available to take care of them.
Union leaders are reportedly looking for a 30% wage increase for their nurses. Hospital negotiators have called those demands unaffordable and offered 10 to 12% increases. While the negotiations take place, hospitals have recruited temporary nurses to keep up patient care and services.
A potential massive rail strike Friday could deal another blow to the U.S. economy. The 7 unions representing more than 90,000 workers at the nation's freight railroads. Now they want salary increases and back pay for hours worked since 2020. If they do go on strike, it could bring 40% of the nation's freight to a grinding halt. And that strike could cancel all Mark, Camden, and Brunswick line service as early as Friday morning. CSX owns the tracks, and its unions are barreling toward a work stoppage. Now, if their signal and track workers walk off the job, Mark, along with other regional rail carriers across the country, would have to halt service. We should note Penn line service will not be affected. Fox 45 News has compiled a list of alternative commute options for you right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
The mayor asking for your help in coming up with a solution for the Squeegee Kid problem plaguing city streets. Coming up, where you can give your input today.
City council members and the mayor aren't agreeing on the response to last week's water crisis. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how they plan to move forward.
And we're walking into a Tuesday, taking a look at drier conditions and temperatures that I think you're going to like this week. We'll break it all down for you on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 13th. In my head, I'm already at Wednesday.
Were you really? Yeah,
I was.
that'd be nice. No? Let's just start that trend. It's Wednesday. Let's skip it.
It'd be nice. Yeah. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. I love Wednesdays now. You
it's
know
Hump Day Eve.
Yeah.
It's almost Hump Day, Patrice.
We're almost there.
In
my head, I'm already there.
These are the final days of summer. Days, honestly, I would probably go to Saturday.
Saturday already.
Yeah, I'd say it's Friday. It's our last, right?
Yeah, why not?
Gets us closer to the next Ravens game.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. A home game, the home opener, guys. This
Sunday
weekend,
afternoon.
we'll be doing it Purple Friday style, of course, around here. And yes, Sunday afternoon, weather is looking great. In fact, the weather is really looking nice over the next couple of days. I know a lot of us have dealt with all of the rain. We had the weather alert day yesterday. No issues this morning. Looking out over a very calm Inner Harbor at this time. Now, when you fire up that HD radar, you saw that we had some showers early this morning, but all of those are well into Delaware and New Jersey at this time, already crossing the river there. We're at 50 in Oakland this morning, so cool temperatures out west. A lot of us are waking up in the lower 70s for Westminster and Baltimore down through Annapolis. So overall, your morning drive, yeah, you probably still need that AC only because it's muggy, but if you'd like to have the windows open, no issues there. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect with our temperatures today and the rest of the week ahead. It's all coming up. Tom?
Yeah, traffic's moving along like it's a Wednesday, too. Even for a Tuesday, Len Stoller traffic network cameras, everyone's moving along just fine. No issues to report. We start off this morning with the city in crisis. Mayor Brandon Scott asking everyone to be part of the solution when it comes to addressing concerns with squeegee kids.
But one thing the mayor said he would not do is authorize police to clear the corners. And as the summer season winds down, Fox 45 News is asking about a long-term solution.
Mayor Scott's Squeegee Collaborative is still underway, and we could hear recommendations soon. Today, you can join the conversation about finding a solution.
Shannon Lilly joins us live from a popular spot where you often see squeegee kids. And Shannon, the mayor is asking for everyone to submit ideas about this situation.
Yeah, exactly, Patrice. In fact, now the conversation is being opened up to the public. The mayor asking for your help to find a solution to this squeegee kid problem that we so often see right here on President Street and other streets around the city. Well, tonight, you can weigh in. So we want to pull up the details for this meeting right here on your screen. It's scheduled from 6 to 8 p.m. at New Shiloh Baptist Church on North Monroe Street. Now, if you do want to come, and this is important, you need to register online first. And we do have a link on our website for how you can do that. So before you come, register online. You'll remember, though, that this is a conversation that's already been in the works. The mayor's been holding private meetings with a group called the Squeegee Collaborative over the last 2 months. And that's a group made up of leaders, businesses, and community members convening weekly to tackle the root cause of squeegeeing and what can be done to provide these squeegee kids more resources and opportunities. The mayor, though, as you mentioned, Tom and Patrice, refusing to authorize police to actually go in and physically remove these squeegee kids.
Shannon, we know that the mayor and police have a plan in place right now that boosts patrols in some of those squeegee areas. Do we know how long that plan will be in place?
Well, Patrice, we definitely don't have a timeline, but we know that this is not something that can last forever. We know that these police officers are putting in hundreds of hours of overtime just to increase their presence on these street corners. And even Police Commissioner Michael Harrison has said that this is not something that's sustainable indefinitely. But we did reach out to the police department yesterday. They sent us this statement, and they told us that they don't have an end date, but that they will, quote, continue to work with our community partners and assess the situation on a day-to-day basis. So we'll have to continue to wait and see. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News has seen video after video from our viewers showing heated interactions with squeegee kids. Some of those encounters have led to physical fights or squeegee kids damaging cars. In July, Baltimore City Police charged a squeegee kid with shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds. Police say Reynolds got out of his car and confronted the group with a bat. Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, the Baltimore City Council is calling for accountability from the Department of Public Works. And this week, we'll see the first investigative hearing into the recent water crisis in West Baltimore. Members are concerned about the city's response to E. coli found in the water supply last week.
Oh, it was horrible. I mean, a lot of people were really scared. For this to happen is highly, highly unusual. So we have to get to the bottom of it.
Now, while the mayor stands by DPW, the city council and city residents, they want answers.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from City Hall. And Olivia, it sounds like there's a disconnect between the mayor and the city council.
Yeah, Patrice, there definitely is. City council members have questions about the handling of last week's water crisis, and a hearing scheduled for 2 p.m. this Thursday to try to get some answers. And at Monday's meeting, City Council got approval to have investigative hearings to address last week's contaminated water crisis. And several city council members are demanding answers and accountability.
everyone was kept in the dark. The big danger is that, you know, come Monday, you had babies' formula being mixed with E. coli water. You had seniors who were taking their medicine with E. coli water.
I do believe that things could have been done better. I know we got information later in the game, right, in terms of a late Sunday night into Monday morning.
Despite council members' concerns, Mayor Brandon Scott says the city handled the water crisis correctly. And unlike city council members, he isn't being critical of DPW.
This wasn't something that DPW mismanaged. They found out the water had this in it because they did the testing. This wasn't someone else telling us.
And as you remember, it took the Department of Public Works days to inform residents about the contaminated water. So hopefully during Thursday's hearing, we'll finally get some answers. Back to you.
Yeah, Olivia, speaking of Thursday's hearing, will that be the only meeting that they have on this water crisis?
Yeah, Tom, probably not. We know that Councilman Schleifer has been critical of the Department of Public Works handling of this situation, and he says he will call for meetings or hearings every Thursday until all of his questions get answered. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. In just a few hours, Twitter Whistleblower is expected to testify before Congress surrounding allegations of a lack of security within that social media platform.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with how this is all expected to play out today. And Megan, more importantly, what it means for all of us.
Yeah, Patrice, that's the big question here. Taking you live to Capitol Hill this morning, where Peter Zatko will be testifying this morning. If you remember, he was Twitter's head of security until he was fired earlier this year. He's now claiming the company misled regulators about its security standards and its efforts to control and prohibit fake accounts. Zatko filing complaints not only with the Justice Department, but the Federal Trade Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission. Twitter denying Zatko's claims, calling the complaint a false narrative riddled with inconsistencies and inaccuracies. This bombshell testimony, guys, it's happening on the very same day Twitter shareholders are scheduled to vote on the company's potential buyout from this guy, Tesla CEO Elon Musk. The billionaire now trying to get out of his $44 billion bid to buy the company. Twitter now suing in hopes of getting Musk to go through with the deal. And here's the twist. Musk will actually be able to use today's testimony as evidence to get out of the purchase. He claims the tech giant misled him and the public about the company's alleged problems with those spam accounts. His trial against Twitter is set for October 17th. Zatko, meantime, set to testify here on Capitol Hill at 10 a.m. We'll keep you posted. For now, I'll send it back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. A failure just seconds into an unmanned launch. Just ahead, what Blue Origin is now saying caused the first major failure.
And overall, we're starting off with the cloud cover, but more sun is on the way and drier air as well. We're going to break it down for you on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:11 is your time. Bonjour, mon ami. Je m'appelle Justin. Yeah, taking a look at your temperatures right now in the 60s and 70s. Look, my French was better when I was actually in France, but happy to be back here this morning in Baltimore. And look at this, numbers in the lower 70s over the next couple of hours, out for a run or a jog. It's still sticky this morning, but we will see drier air that's going to work in by the afternoon. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few.
Where were you? Where were you just coming back from?
France.
France. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. All right. Get this. Virginia man thought he'd won $600 in the lottery. Not too bad, right? I mean, hey, I'll take $600. Turns out he actually won a whole lot more.
Jose Velasquez took his winning ticket to the Virginia Lottery's customer service center so that he could claim his $600. But staff there quickly realized he had actually won $1 million. Velasquez had the choice of taking the full $1 million prize over 30 years or a one-time cash payment of nearly $760,000 before taxes. What do you think? He chose the cash option, of course. Velasquez says he plans to use that money to take care of his family, possibly start his own business.
Now, should he get that, though? I mean, if you're thinking you won $600 and then all of a sudden they're like, actually, it's $1 million,
Listen,
you know what I mean? I mean, like,
he should get all of it. For people who don't play the lottery, I bought a scratch-off ticket the other day. I was in the gas station. Never do it, and I only bought it because it said no prize less than $20, and it was a $10 ticket. I'm like, oh well, I'm going to get my money back. That is not what that means.
You just didn't get any prizes.
You didn't get any prizes, but then as I scratched it, I was like, oh, that means there's not going to be a prize. And I was laughing with my husband like, oh, this is really stupid. So, yes, he should
get all $1 million. All right.
And then he should give me my $10 back that I spent. One time I buy a ticket. All right. NASA using the anniversary of President John F. Kennedy's moon speech to spark inspiration once again, coming up the role they hope Artemis will play in future endeavors.
President Biden aims to cut cancer death rates in half. Just ahead, the deadline he's making for his goal. .16 and now to your national news. Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin rocket is now grounded after it suffered a launch failure with the unmanned mission. About a minute into its flight yesterday, flames shot out from the engine. Now, the company says the escape system performed as designed, carrying the capsule back to Earth safely, but the FAA said there were no injuries from the rocket crashing back on Earth. Now, the rocket will be grounded as the FAA investigates.
60 years ago, President John F. Kennedy rallied the nation to land humans on the moon.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
JFK's speech launched a massive effort to mobilize resources and manpower. 8 years later, 2 astronauts walked on the moon. NASA leaders marking the anniversary of the historic speech by gathering another crowd at Rice University and talking about what's next. Administrator Bill Nelson says despite the recent delays, the new Artemis mission to the moon will happen.
Mark my words, we are going. And when the final go is given, Artemis 1 will roar to life and soar to the moon. And every observation we make and every lesson we learn on this first Artemis journey prepares us and the way for humans to venture even further.
He says President Kennedy's speech galvanized the nation to make a historic effort, and we must never stop daring to take the next moonshot.
President Joe Biden also recognizing the 60th anniversary of former President John F. Kennedy's moonshot speech by announcing a cancer moonshot. He says he's hoping to cut cancer death rate in half over the next 25 years.
To rally the American people to work together, because we know this: cancer does not discriminate red and blue. It doesn't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. Beating cancer is something we can do together, and that's why I'm here today.
Biden also signed an executive order to ensure biotechnology designed in the U.S. is also made in the U.S. Right now, cancer is the second leading cause of death among Americans, behind heart disease. 6:18 is the time. Meteorologist Justin Chambers back from his trip abroad, and we're learning all things French, whether we want to or not.
Well, but in Justin fashion, he's bringing in all foods French,
He
too.
did.
So we appreciate that.
I did, yeah. Macarons and some choco boules or something like that.
But no fries.
Huh?
No
fries, no. And in France, they just call them fries. So he gets, but they steak and they pommes frites and they have all this different stuff.
Nice.
Anyway, but the food was good. People were actually nice. That we were surprised. Everybody says, "Oh, French people are rude," but they were actually pretty nice. So we like that. Had a good time. Happy to be back here in beautiful Baltimore and happy to be back in Maryland, our home state. Looking outside right now, gorgeous shot this morning. We still have some clouds left over, but we will see more sunshine today. I know that sun came out for a little bit yesterday, just enough to heat us up and give us more of those storms. That's why we had our weather alert day on Monday, but no weather alert for today. In fact, our temperatures are not too bad. We're at 70 right now. You definitely feel that humidity, 90%, the dew point at 67 degrees here this morning, and really not any rain at all on our HD radar. We had a few light showers over the eastern shore a little while ago, but this cold front continues to push through, and what that's going to do will dry us out back behind that. Still some storms firing in New York and over to Delaware and parts of New Jersey, so just be aware of that if you're driving north on 95 this morning. Kids getting back to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, as they get out and about, ready to go. Numbers in the lower 70s through 7 a.m., upper 70s through noontime and recess. And when you pick the kids up this afternoon, talking about lower 80s. So if you got lacrosse practices or soccer or football, anything going on this afternoon, should be a great day. Also, still a couple of great days to hang out by the pool. Summer is not done yet, not officially at least, with lower 80s Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and again, plenty of sunshine. Checking out those high temps. 81 is typically where we are. Some of us will be below average. Upper 70s for Westminster and Eldersburg over to the Hereford zone, close to 80 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 82 in Baltimore City this afternoon. For you in Hartford and Cecil counties, upper 70s and lower 80s continue to see those highs that will be near average. And if you want to get the car cleaned up after the rain, well, you got 3 greens across the board here, guys. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we're staying dry on your car wash cast. Here's the reason why. That future scan, the cold front pushing through the area, so the drier air filtering in back behind that. Then really nothing to get in our way for the next couple of days. Nice big ridge of high pressure right there over the Ohio River Valley. That's going to move closer to us and continue to bring us the drier air and the lack of rain. This is an update that was weird today when I had to do the holiday countdown, because look at all the holidays that are on here now. Fall equinox in just 9 days. 48 days until Halloween, Veterans Day in 59 days, Thanksgiving in 72 days, and 103 days until Christmas morning. Now, I forgot what the tree's name is. Does anybody remember our dancing tree? Was it Debbie? Debbie. It was Debbie, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Megan. Oh, my gosh. Okay, so Dancing Debbie is back on the holiday countdown. But let's finish up summer first, guys. Lower 80s this week. Overnight lows into the 50s and 60s. Ravens game Sunday afternoon, M&T Bank Stadium. We're going to top out in the mid-80s. Should be a great day for tailgating, and then great weather for the game as the Dolphins are in town this weekend. Back to you, Kurt Kroenke, the MTA. Bonjour, mon ami.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Justin. And we're looking pretty good out there on the light rail link. We're on schedule from end to end, Hunt Valley to Cromwell Station, Glen Burnie. On the Metro subway link, we do have single tracking between West Cold Spring and State Center stations, and that may be causing delays for some Metro subway link riders. A few delays on the MARC trains. Penn Train 400 operating with a 10 to 15-minute delay, and Penn Train 413 is canceled for this morning. We've also got on the Brunswick line a delay on 872 running about 20 to 25 minutes late. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Kurt Kroenke.
An 11-year-old boy charged with first-degree arson in Carroll County. Coming up, we will take a look at some of the different jurisdictions around the state and how they're dealing with this uptick in juvenile crime.
IRS is wiping out penalties for late tax filers. Just ahead, who's actually going to get some money back? 6:23 is your time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.25 and in your consumer news this Tuesday morning, the nightmare for travelers continues as if the long lines, constant cancellations and delays weren't enough.
Well, the already expensive airline tickets are now hitting a 5-year high this upcoming holiday season. A report by Hopper shows domestic flights over the Thanksgiving holiday are selling for an average of $350 per ticket this year. That is a 43% increase compared to last year's prices. Analysts are recommending that travelers book trips early to try to score some savings. That's a lot. Well, the IRS is wiping out some penalties for 1.6 million late filers because of the pandemic.
Yeah, so if you filed late without an extension request for 2019, 2020, and you were penalized, well, you'll get that money back automatically. Late fees are forgiven for 2021 taxes, too, but you have to finish taxes by September 30th to avoid any of those late fees.
Temperatures in the upper 70s. Just ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers lets you know what to expect for the rest of the work week.
City council members are introducing several new bills that could have a major impact on Baltimore residents. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll break those bills down. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Welcome back on this Tuesday. Coming up on 6:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
Somebody's back. Woo! And yeah, a lot more energy, a lot more complaints, lots of things right now.
Are there complaints?
No. I mean, pleasant ones, funny ones.
Happy to be here. Patrice, Tom, good morning to both of you. Good morning, everyone, and happy to be here on a Tuesday after the rain has moved on. We will see a lot more sunshine today. We're already seeing those clouds break up. It is still very muggy outside, but good news is we will take a break from the humidity starting this afternoon. Look at those temperatures in the western part of the state. Oakland and Cumberland waking up in the 50s right now. Yes, we're still hanging on to some lower 70s for Westminster down to Baltimore all the way down to Annapolis. But over the next couple of hours, Mr. Bowe says we are good to go. Your morning drive into the lower 70s, and we're on our way to highs in the lower 80s today. Not only today, but Wednesday and Thursday as well, with a lot more sunshine and, again, that drier air that will be in place. We'll break this down a bit further for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Clearly, the focus in the leadership of the city and really in the leadership of the state in the General Assembly has been sort of some of the softer approaches that are consistent with, again, juvenile delinquency, not with, hardcore violent crimes.
Now, developing now, an 11-year-old is charged with first-degree arson and raising some questions this morning about how Maryland deals with children charged with crimes.
That's right. Shannon Lilly is live from downtown Baltimore with how one county is cracking down. Shannon.
Well, there are complaints, Patrice, that Baltimore and other jurisdictions are now paying the price for taking a softer approach when it comes to kids and crime. In fact, we're seeing it happen time and time again.
Take this fire at a Dollar General in Hampstead, for example. This 11-year-old seen walking in the store on the day of the fire is believed to have torched it. He's now charged as a juvenile with first-degree arson in the crime. And earlier this summer in Baltimore City, a 9-year-old allegedly shot and killed a 15-year-old girl. In Maryland, 9-year-olds cannot be criminally charged. In fact, in Annapolis this year, lawmakers passed new laws making it easier for more child suspects to be tried as juveniles instead of adults. But some jurisdictions in the state are now cracking down.
We are arresting and re-arresting the same children and adults who are committing crimes in our community.
In Prince George's County, county leaders who have seen crime soar this summer are calling for a curfew and a tougher approach.
It's clear that the problem is what happens after the arrest, or in our case, what doesn't happen.
Now, this past weekend was the very first weekend for that curfew in Prince George's County, and police there tell us there were no issues. Meanwhile, that 11-year-old arson suspect charged as a juvenile in Carroll County, well, he's back home this morning. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Baltimore City Councilman Zeke Cohen formally called on city schools during a city council meeting to implement conflict resolution and restorative practices in every school across the district. It comes after 17-year-old Mervo High School student Jeremiah Brogdon was shot and killed on school grounds earlier this month.
Students, teachers, parents, every stakeholder group has rallied together in support of having restorative practices at every single city school. Currently, we have about 53 that are split between social and emotional learning and restorative practices. Now is the time for us to scale up.
The busy city council meeting also covering several other bills that could significantly impact you and the city.
Olivia Dance joining us now from downtown Baltimore with the other main topics that were covered in the meeting and the new bills that were introduced. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, Monday's City Council meeting was definitely a busy one with, as you mentioned, a number of new bills being introduced that could have major impacts on Baltimore residents. Of course, the Department of Public Works handling of last week's contaminated water crisis was also a big topic of discussion. But one bill introduced would give all residents, including renters, the right to a copy of any water bill upon request. Another bill would require certain vacant buildings in Baltimore to be kept secret. The council also called for a hearing to get more information about the new Johns Hopkins Police Department. Last week, the university announced it's creating its own police department. And finally, the council will hold two investigative hearings this Thursday, one with the elections director on the June primary and another with the Department of Public Works on the water crisis.
So a lot of frustration all around. I think a lot of it was the Department of Public Works as well as the mayor's office in terms of that unclear and inconsistent communication at the beginning of the contamination event. I will say as time went on, things did improve.
And city council members are frustrated over the handling of last week's water crisis, and they're hoping to get answers during Thursday's hearing at 2 p.m. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Wall Street trending a little higher as we get ready for this morning's monthly inflation report.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we're expecting and what it could mean for your wallet.
That's what we all care about, guys. The Consumer Price Index is what we're talking about. It tracks the change in prices that we all pay for basic goods. We're talking about food, energy, you name it, things in your fridge, gas in your car. Economists are hoping those falling gas prices, falling travel costs, and improving supply chains will also mean that we are starting to see inflation come down. This report could be tricky, though, guys. Take a look. The month-to-month forecast is expected to show overall inflation falling slightly by 0.1%, the first decline in over a year. However, if you strip out fuel prices, monthly core inflation is expected to rise by 0.3%, suggesting that prices on many other goods are still climbing. And this is important, guys, and that's because Fed Chair Jerome Powell has indicated tougher measures could be coming in the way of higher interest rates when the Fed meets again next week. Just to put things in perspective for you, compared to August of last year, we expect the annual inflation rate to come in at 8%. Still very high, but it's a lower read than the previous 2 months, a sign annual inflation has likely peaked. Again, the inflation report, the real numbers, not what we're expecting, the real numbers dropping at 8:30. We're going to bring it to you live as it happens. We'll send it back to you, Patrice.
Thank you, Megan. Got a good idea? Just ahead, a specific fund dedicated to help local entrepreneurs.
And today will be drier and much more comfortable with highs reaching the lower 80s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know if we'll see any more rain, though. 6:37 is your time.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
We have a couple of views of a water spout that developed in a South Carolina marsh over the weekend. One tree was knocked down and there was some small debris, but no other damage or injuries. And here's a photo we just couldn't resist. Yes, this rainbow in Tennessee is pretty, but it's the pig hamming it up in the pen that really makes it great. That's some pig.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
Well, developing now, it's DC Startup Week. From pitch meetings to speaker series, the tech community is meeting all week to discuss what's next in the world of tech and business.
But it takes more than a good idea to start a thriving company. You need money. Joy Wang from our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. has more on a specific fund that's dedicated to help local entrepreneurs.
Right now, I am standing in front of Manifest. It is a 100% Black-owned business, and it's not even open right now, and you can already see just how cool it is. Get this, it's a barbershop, which you can tell, but it's also grown into a boutique, coffee bar, and even a speakeasy. It's one of the businesses that received money from the Inclusive Innovation Equity Impact Fund, and this year applications are open again to help more businesses get started.
What it does is gives grants to entrepreneurs of color to help them advance their idea and make it into a business. So we had about 15 entrepreneurs in the last round, in the first round of awardees, and we've got $2 million for the upcoming fiscal year.
Businesses have to fall under certain criteria like being resident owned, and at least 51% of the company has to be owned by people who are economically disadvantaged or have been subjected to racial or ethnic prejudice or bias because of their identity. Manifest got $150,000 in the first round of applications, money that helped them grow their business of turning a barbershop into what they call a cultural destination, where people look good and feel good. The owner tells me that money helped them take risks and stick to their idea and vision.
Being adequately capitalized is very, very important, right, to us to be able to create the thing that we wanted to create and not be beholden to banks or investors or this thing or that thing saying, no, you should go this way. No, you should go that way. You know, I think a lot of us know what it is we want to do. We just sometimes don't have the money to keep the fight up.
1863 Ventures is also a part of that application process. They're going to be helping to vet those applicants. As for what's next for Manifest, well, they're hoping other businesses also take advantage of these opportunities, and they're looking to expand by having more locations. They tell me they already are seeing some interest. In D.C., Joy Wang, Fox.
Well, if you drive the speed of the highway route number, you may want to slow down, especially when you're on 95. Just ahead, the new cameras that will be installed.
And we are expecting lots of sun. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down the forecast coming up after the break. 6:42 is the time. .45 and in your morning rush, city council members want answers after last week's contaminated water crisis. But Mayor Scott is standing by the Department of Public Works. Olivia Dance joins us live now. Olivia, what are the council members saying about all of this?
Yeah, Patrice, as you mentioned, several city council members are demanding answers and accountability about why it took the Department of Public Works days to inform residents of the contaminated water. However, Mayor Scott says the city handled the situation correctly. But later this week, City Council is going to be having a hearing with the Department of Public Works to try to get some answers. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you what we can expect out of that hearing, plus hear from concerned council members. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. As the summer season is winding down, the mayor is hoping to find a long-term solution for squeegee kids that will help everyone. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with the meeting that's happening today. Shannon.
Yeah, this is a discussion, Tom, now open to the public. You can come out, weigh in on what you think the solution should be to the squeegee kid problem that we so often see on street corners just like this one. Well, the meeting is starting at 6 p.m. this evening, and it's at New Shiloh Baptist Church. But this is important. You do need to register before you come out today. You'll need to do that online. Stay with us because in 15 minutes, I'm going to break down the details of this meeting, and we'll hear what police have to say about their involvement in all of this. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. Well, happening now, the search is on for a tiger that may be in New Mexico or nearby state, even some think possibly in Mexico. Here's a photo of it. Last month, investigators in Albuquerque seized an alligator, a lot of drugs, illegal guns, and money from a raid at 2 homes. The tiger, being kept illegally as a pet, is still missing. So the animal believed to be less than a year old and just weighing under 60 pounds. So it's cute at this stage. However, yeah, they get to be about 600 pounds in a couple of months here. So this is trending right now on their top stories on Fox Baltimore. But
I saw Tiger King.
Yes.
I watched that whole series. What's that woman's name?
Carol Baskin.
Carol Baskin. Where's Carol?
I never watched it, so I don't know that. But I know that if I see a tiger 60 pounds or whatever, I'm going another direction.
And what was it, a year old? By 17 months, they're almost full grown. So you got a couple months to find this guy before he's...
He finds you, right? But like, who's the fighter? Mike Tyson. Remember that? With tigers and everything? Pet tigers. So I mean, it's kind of thing.
I'm thinking The Hangover.
Pigeons.
No, he had a tiger.
In the movie.
In the movie.
He
in
does
The
it in real life? I thought that was real. That's just from The Hangover?
That's just from The
I
Hangover.
thought that was real.
He had a tiger.
Oh
He was
my
a tiger.
God.
He had a lot of birds.
Big cats.
He had a lot of birds. I will tell you that. I met Mike Tyson once,
Really?
and I
Oh, so you guys chatted about it?
And I commented about his birds, and I was like, yeah, he had pigeons,
And
I
he
was like,
probably said because the tiger ate them all, he doesn't have pigeons anymore.
So you see Mike Tyson and all the things you could talk to him about.
Somehow this went left.
Because Justin's back.
Because Justin's back.
Guess who's back?
All right.
Back
Well,
again.
so you brought some sun, so we'll take that. Oh, yes.
It's coming. Yeah,
It's coming.
Exactly. Yeah, we got to get rid of all this moisture and all the mugginess that's out there right now. But overall, drier weather will continue. Woo!
Hanging out with Mike Tyson.
That was fun.
Pigeon.
So. Now, look, I'm bummed out, guys. I missed Fleet Week and the flyover thing, and Megan gets to go up in that big, cool chopper, and this ship is
Minneapolis,
still here.
St. Paul. That's the USS Minneapolis, St. Paul,
Thank you, Tom, because I did not know. But it looks like it has either a basketball court or a helipad. Helipad.
Or
I think it's a helipad.
a pigeon landing strip for
a lot of
It's a
pigeons.
flight deck.
The flight deck. Thank you, Megan.
You're welcome.
Oh, man, that's so cool. So many things I missed. And tigers love cinnamon. All right, no, they hate cinnamon, right? They hate cinnamon. That's what it is. Okay, 70 degrees. Good morning, everybody. From BWI, Thurgood Marshall International Airport, 90% humidity. Yes, it is still muggy out there, but the mugginess trend, my friends, going down in terms of the dew point numbers. So drier air is going to be in place as early as this afternoon. Tomorrow also looking good. Thursday and Friday, beautiful days, great clear mornings with that kind of crisp, almost fall-like air that we will deal with. And our HD radar is all quiet. That's because the storms we had yesterday along this cold front, that's why we were in weather alert. But no issues right now. Those storms have moved to the north and to the east of us, and what we're left with behind is going to be that cooler and drier air. Boy, I missed Daryl the Dragonfly. There he is, buzzing about right there, and you can see those numbers this afternoon. We'll get to the upper 70s and eventually into the lower 80s for our highs. Golfers, great day to hit the links on our forecast. 72 by 9 a.m. and upper 70s through noon, into the lower 80s later today. Should talk about 82 in Baltimore City, 80 in Annapolis, Eastern Shore in the upper 70s, 78 in Bel Bel Air, 79 in Cockeysville. Cooler out west, mid-70s in Cumberland today. Heading down the ocean, 78 in Ocean City and Rehoboth this afternoon. And overall, a couple of great beach days if you're still enjoying those. I know summer's over for a lot of the kids, but officially we're still in summertime. All right, here's that future scan. We see that cold front pulling through and the drier air that's going to work in back behind that. And really, guys, we're going to stay rain-free for an extended period of time. So even though we've had a lot of rain over the last couple of days, we've got a big dry spell ahead as we head into the rest of the week and into your Ravens weekend. That's right. The home opener at M&T Bank Stadium Sunday afternoon. Dolphins in town. How about a high of 86 on Sunday? So it'll be a little warm out there for the afternoon, but great day to tailgate. And you can see over the next couple of days, those temperatures staying in the 80s with overnight lows into the 50s and 60s.
Will the Federal Reserve need good luck to avoid a recession? I'm Atrell Nashar with why the Treasury Secretary says so and how a potential rail strike could impact you.
Baltimore's biggest fashion event returning to Harbor East, and it's all free for you. That's coming up in our 9 o'clock hour. The artwork and fashion you can check out, and the street side food offerings that you can taste. And Justin's back. He's been telling us all about France. He said, you know what is served in France?
Un café, s'il vous plaît.
Yeah, which is just espresso, right? That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Black espresso. Well, thank God we live in America where you can choose anything for your coffee break.
$6:55 now. 3 major credit card companies plan to categorize all sales made at gun shops.
Democratic lawmakers are asking Visa, MasterCard, and American Express to support the new merchant category code system in hopes of preventing mass shootings.
An MCC is a 4-digit number that's assigned to a business, classifying it by the types of goods or services it provides. Conservative think tank Heritage Foundation questions how effective that could be.
I'm not quite sure how gun control advocates think this is realistically going to stop any sort of gun crime, including mass public shootings. It's much more about that individual state of mind. And if credit card companies have figured out a way to flag someone's state of mind from a credit card purchase, well, they are doing, quite frankly, better than a lot of law enforcement agencies.
Well, the letter sent by Democrats says shooters in at least 5 mass shootings between 2007 and 2020 funded their massacres using credit cards. And inflation continues, so does disrupted supply chains in the U.S.
If a group of labor unions and railroad carriers don't come to an agreement this week, there will be a strike. National correspondent Atra Anashar explains how this will ultimately impact you.
Stubbornly high inflation, a source of anxiety for those trying to make ends meet. And for Wall Street, investors trying to gauge the risk of recession as the Federal Reserve gets ready to roll out another interest rate hike this month, hoping it cools demand and lowers inflation.
We need to act now forthrightly, strongly, as we have been doing, and we need to keep at it until the job is done.
Doing that without triggering a recession may be out of the Fed's control at this point, according to Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen.
The Fed is going to need great skill and also some good luck to achieve what we sometimes call a soft landing.
The Biden administration also closely watching negotiations between the nation's largest railroad freight companies and labor unions. Contract talks are stalled over a dispute about working conditions, and if there's not an agreement by Friday, workers are expected to go on strike, which would be costly. $2 billion in lost economic output every day, according to the Association of American Railroads. Everything from cars to coal, farm, and food products could be stalled, leading to empty shelves and inflating prices of products already on the rise, like bread, 13.7% more expensive than a year ago. Mail also expected to be held up. A single trailer on a rail car can contain up to 2,000 UPS packages. The standoff may put the White House in an awkward position.
Unions demand they be treated with dignity, and I demand you do that too.
The president's long supported unions, but a strike could bring hefty political consequences ahead of the midterms, as inflation ranks as the most important issue for voters, according to YouGov. The direction of prices will become clearer Tuesday morning with an updated inflation report. In Washington, I'm Atra Anashar reporting.
6:58 now. The possible strike Acha just was mentioning will impact Maryland commuters if it happens. According to MDOT, CSX owns and maintains Camden and Brunswick lines in addition to dispatching MARC trains.
So that means any labor strike would result in the immediate suspension of all MARC, Camden, and Brunswick line services until a resolution is reached. Now, if you typically use those lines or the Penn line, MDOT recommends looking for an alternative.
You can download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
The mayor asking for your help in coming up with a solution to the squeegee kid problem on city streets. Coming up, where you can give your input today.
Drop the ball. I will say this, everything could have been done better.
Looking for answers and accountability. This morning, the multiple hearings that could happen now to get to the bottom of the contaminated water crisis.
Temperatures not looking too bad, but we'll see drier weather as well. We'll take a closer look at that on Fox 45 Morning News. All on Zay. That means let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning, September 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We're getting French lessons this morning, whether we want them or not. We're getting them here because somebody's back. Meteorologist Justin Chambers back from vacation.
Fermez la grande bouche.
Oh,
that's what I know.
Okay, very nice.
But
I like that.
It's not nice. It means, I think it means shut your big mouth.
Oh. I heard fermez la bouche. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I.
But that is not what I mean to you. We need the weather.
Patrice, Tom, good morning to both of you, or bonjour, as we take a look this morning at what's going on outside. We've got the clouds that are still hanging around, and it is also still a bit muggy, but the drier air is working its way in. Upper 60s and lower 70s right now for Cockeysville and Bel Air over to Chestertown, 70 in Westminster and 71 in Annapolis. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Earlier we had some fog, but right now 60s and 70s as you head out on your morning drive, getting the kids to school. 81 is our average this time of year. We're going to be pretty close to that number in Baltimore City at 82, but some of us only in the upper 70s later today. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. And now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network cameras. And you see the map here around 695, usual spots, the slowdowns there. Then also 295 where you're heading southbound. Right below, it looks like 195, you got some slowdowns there too. So just be cautious and add extra time to your commute. We start off this morning in a city in crisis where Mayor Brandon Scott is asking everyone to be part of the solution when it comes to addressing concerns with squeegee kids.
But one thing the mayor has said that he would not do is authorize police to clear the corners. And as the summer season winds down, Fox 45 News is asking about a long-term solution.
Now, Mayor Scott's Squeegee Collaborative is still underway, and we could hear recommendations soon. Today, you can join the conversation about finding a solution.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning from a popular spot where we often see squeegee kids. Shannon, the mayor is asking for everyone to submit ideas about this.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Patrice. He is now opening this discussion up to the public, trying to find a solution to this squeegee kid problem that we so often see on city streets, just like this one, President Street, and others around the city. Tonight, though, you can weigh in. So we want to pull up the details for this meeting that will be held right from 6 to 8 p.m. at New Shiloh Baptist Church on North Monroe Street. Now, if you do come, this is important. You need to register online beforehand. So we do have a link on our website for how you can do that. Just go to our website, click on that link, and register. You'll remember, though, that this is a conversation that's already been in the works. The mayor's been holding private meetings with a group called the Squeegee Collaborative over the last 2 months. Now, that's a group made up of leaders, businesses, and community members, and they're convening weekly to tackle the root cause of squeegeeing and what can be done to provide these squeegee kids more resources and opportunities. But as you said, Patrice and Tom, the mayor is still refusing to authorize police to physically remove these squeegee kids from city streets.
Shannon, so right now the mayor and police do have a plan in place, and it has increased patrols at some of those squeegee areas. Do we know how long that plan is going to stay in place?
Yeah, good question, Patrice. We don't have a timeline, but we know that this cannot last forever. In fact, police are already racking up hundreds of hours in overtime just to increase their presence on these street corners. And we know that Police Commissioner Michael Harrison said that this is something that's not sustainable indefinitely. But we reached out to the police department. They sent us this statement just yesterday saying that they don't have an end date set for those increased patrols. And, quote, "We continue to work with our community partners and assess the situation on a day-to-day basis." So we'll have to just continue to wait and see. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you. Well, Fox 45 News has seen video after video from our viewers showing heated interactions with squeegee kids. Now, some of those encounters have led to physical fights or squeegee kids damaging cars. In July, Baltimore City Police charged a squeegee kid with shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds. Police say Reynolds got out of his car and confronted a group of them with a bat.
Well, Mayor Scott and City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby have both said they won't clear the streets of squeegee kids. But there are laws in place in Maryland to keep them out of intersections. One law stating that a person cannot stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. Another statute targets aggressive soliciting, and that's defined by actions like intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation. Enforcement of those laws, though, has been limited.
Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, the Baltimore City Council is calling for accountability from the Department of Public Works. And this week, we could see the first investigative hearing into the recent water crisis in West Baltimore. Members are concerned about the city's response to E. coli found in the water supply last week.
Oh, it was horrible. I mean, a lot of people were really scared. For this to happen is highly, highly unusual. So we have to get to the bottom of it.
While the mayor stands by DPW, the city council and city residents, they want answers.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from City Hall. Olivia, there seems to be a disconnect between the mayor and the council.
Yeah, Patrice, there definitely is. City council members are demanding answers, and they have questions about the handling of the water crisis. And a hearing is scheduled for this Thursday at 2 p.m. to try to get some answers. Now, at Monday's meeting, City Council got approval to have investigative hearings to address the contaminated water crisis, and several council members are demanding answers and accountability.
Everyone was kept in the dark. The big danger is that, come Monday, you had babies' formula being mixed with E. coli water. You had seniors who were taking their medicine with E. coli water.
I do believe that things could have been done better. I know we got information later in the game, right, in terms of a late Sunday night into Monday morning.
And despite council members' concerns, Mayor Brandon Scott says the city handled the water crisis correctly. And unlike city council members, he isn't being critical of DPW.
This wasn't something that DPW mismanaged. They found out the water had this in it because they did the testing. This wasn't someone else telling us.
As you remember, it took days for the Department of Public Works to inform residents of the contaminated water. So maybe at Thursday's hearing, we'll finally get some answers. Back to you.
Olivia, will Thursday's hearing, though, be the only meeting on this water crisis?
Yeah, Tom, good question. And the answer is probably not. We know that Councilman Schleifer has been critical of DPW's handling of this situation. And he says that he will call for a hearing every Thursday until all of the questions are answered. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Now, this isn't the first time city council members have stepped in to hold city agencies accountable. In May, a group of city council members calling on the Baltimore Police Department and city state's attorney's office to implement short-term plans to deal with the crime over the summer. City council members have continued to call for change in how the city deals with crime. Mayor Scott, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison stand by their strategy.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Are city leaders honest about problems facing Baltimore? So far, 98% of those who voted say no. We want to know what you think. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to make your voice heard.
Trending now, foxbaltimore.com, 70-year-old woman from Laurel wins the lottery with a ticket she did not intend to even purchase.
After winning the big prize of $50,000, she says she plans to finish paying off her mortgage. Now, the winner wants to remain anonymous, but she calls herself the Lucky Laurel Lady. The Maryland Lottery says she is a loyal multi-match player, but September 1st, she instead purchased the winning bonus match 5 ticket at a Shoppers supermarket.
Okay, so she normally has a system in place. She deviates from that, and then boom, 50 grand.
And so there you go.
Yeah.
Mix it up every once in a while.
That's right. You got to mix it up. All right.
All right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is back. He mixed it up a little, went on vacation. Now back here.
Back here at home and ready for the Ravens home opener. Got the win, of course, in New York on Sunday, or New Jersey, technically. But right there, M&T Bank Stadium, the sun is shining on both the stadiums. Of course, the O's will be back in town next week. But either way, football, baseball happening in Baltimore. We love that. And this time of year, it's still a little sticky, especially with that leftover moisture from the rain we've had the last few days. So out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Numbers stay in the lower 70s, kind of mild and sticky conditions. Good news is we dry out nicely. So by 10 a.m., we're already to the mid 70s. A lot more sunshine on the way as we take into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. We'll top out in the lower 80s. And even for Taco Tuesday tonight, we're looking at temperatures in the mid to upper 70s by about 5 p.m. Overall, a very nice afternoon. And even nicer days ahead. We'll take a closer look at that in your 7-day forecast coming up in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. Here's a look at 895 and 95 this morning. Things running pretty smoothly out there.
Well, in just a few hours, Twitter whistleblower is expected to testify before Congress surrounding allegations of a lack of security within the social media platform.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with how this is all expected to play out today and what it could mean for you. Megan.
That's the question here, Patrice. Taking you live to Capitol Hill here this morning, where we know that Peter Zatko will be testifying this morning. He was Twitter's head of security, if you remember. That is until he was fired earlier this year. He is now claiming the company misled regulators about its security standards and its efforts to control and prohibit fake accounts. Zatko filing complaints not only with the Justice Department, but with the Federal Trade Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission. Twitter denying Zatko's claims, by the way, calling the complaint a false narrative riddled with inconsistencies and inaccuracies. This bombshell testimony, by the way, happening on the very same day that Twitter shareholders are scheduled to vote on the company's potential buyout from this guy, Tesla CEO Elon Musk. The billionaire now trying to get out of his $44 billion bid to buy the company. Twitter now suing in hopes of getting Musk to go through with this deal. But here's the latest twist, guys. Musk will actually be able to use today's testimony as evidence to get out of that purchase that he so wanted to. He claims the tech giant misled him and also the public about the company's alleged problems with the spam accounts. His trial against Twitter is set for October 17th. Zatko, meantime, he's set to testify here on Capitol Hill this morning at 10 a.m. We're going to keep you posted. For now, we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Megan. Wheel of Fortune Live coming right here to Maryland. Still to come this morning, your chance to win big and attend that show for free.
Crowded buses and classrooms without teachers 2 weeks into the school year in Anne Arundel County. And now a candidate for county executive is sharing what she hopes to change when it comes to your kids' school days. 7:11 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:14 now. As the school year is now underway, many counties are still dealing with shortages, teacher shortages and bus driver shortages. Anne Arundel County is feeling that pinch. Jessica Hare is a Republican candidate looking to unseat County Executive Stuart Pittman in the upcoming election. She's joining us this morning with her plans to address those issues. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me here today. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you.
Of course, we thank you for coming in. So in your campaign ads and in your literature, you say we need better local leadership. It matters. How would a change in leadership make a difference in what these schools are facing?
Well, you know, the past couple of weeks, I've heard from hundreds of parents, social media, email, phone calls, texts, that these hardships with the school buses are really harming their families. We have kids on overcrowded buses standing in the aisles. It's not safe. We have families who've been stranded at the bus stop. And really, the current county executive has just kind of thrown up his hands and said, I can't solve it. Parents, good luck. You know, we need someone who's going to roll up their sleeves and actually solve these problems. And so that's the change I bring to the table.
And so what's the solution? How would you put more bus drivers out there? How would you put more teachers in the classroom?
That's a great question. So when I start with any problem, you know, I look at what are the levers we can pull. When it comes to the buses in particular, we're talking about both how many students need to ride a bus and also how many bus drivers we have. So I think there's a number of creative solutions that we can look at. And actually, it's probably going to be a combination of solutions that really close this gap. Let's start with, on the first side, offering financial incentives to parents who may be able to carpool. That might lessen the burden on the school bus system itself by taking out some kids who maybe would otherwise carpool. On the driver's side, there's a number of things we can do to expand the pool of potential drivers. Let's consider vans and shorter routes instead of the school buses. That might help expand the number of drivers who could drive vans instead of the school buses because it's different licensing. Let's look at partnering with our local community college to offer free and expedited training in a CDL license for folks who would guarantee a certain amount of time driving buses for Anne Arundel County students. Let's partner with our church and faith-based institutions who have drivers and buses there. We might be able to expand our pool there. Let's look at our procurement and make sure that we are allowing our smaller companies, smaller bus companies who might only be able to drive 1 or 2 routes, give them the opportunity to bid these jobs because every little bit will help.
What about...
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, what about in the classroom? Because you've got the bus driver shortage, you've also got the teacher shortage. You need more teachers in the classroom. And then when it comes to some of the teachers that have been hired, contractors this year that were hired, brought in at $100,000 when teachers are saying, we make far less than that. We're talking about the special education teachers. And now they feel slighted. So a lot of emotion around this topic.
I know, and so much of it comes down to planning. Look, we're in year 2 now of both teacher shortages and driver shortages. So 2 years that the current county executive has had the opportunity, had the chance to bring stakeholders to the table and say, let's come up with a way to solve this, and that hasn't happened. We need to find a way. Again, look at those levers. How can we expand our pool of teachers? How can we keep the teachers we have? And you know, I've heard a lot of it is about respect. A lot of it is about accountability. All of these things that we need to be able to really focus on. And we need a leader who's willing to sit people down and say, tell me 1,000 ways we can't do it. I will find a way to make it work.
You've been on the county council since 2018. What do you point to as ways that you've helped make a difference for the schools and for the quality of life for those in Anne Arundel County?
Sure. When it comes to some of the shortages right now, specifically, actually, the council just passed by a supermajority vote a few months ago a request to delay the change in start times. The change in start times has really kind of exacerbated some of the shortages that we're seeing. And we heard from parents, especially, and from the police department that there aren't enough crossing guards, there aren't enough school bus drivers, and we said, you know what, we need more runway for this. Let's go ahead and delay that. So we did ask the school board to take that step. They did not respond to our request to do that, but we did vote on a supermajority vote to go ahead and do that. We've also looked individually. Anytime I get a student or a parent that reaches out, I've partnered with the Board of Education to try and find a way to help them with, you know, parking's a big issue now because we don't have enough buses. Too many students are driving to school and now there's no parking. So I've been partnering with the school board for individual families to try and make that happen as well.
A lot of issues there. We appreciate your time coming in, talking about how you would address them.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Well, it is coming up on 7:19. We need to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at the forecast.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice, and good morning, everyone. As we are looking outside right now, we've got this live camera right here over downtown Baltimore. Lots of sun that is breaking out. We had the cloud cover and the rain over the last couple of days. The weather alert day yesterday for some of that flooding and some of the heavy rain we saw at times. Overall, our HD radar pretty quiet at this time, really not tracking much in the way of any rain as that cold front is now well to the east of us and continuing to bring back behind that the cooler and drier air that's going to work in. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, over the next couple of hours, showers still looking good with numbers into the upper 60s and lower 70s. 78 by noontime, and when you pick the kids up this afternoon, into the lower 80s with a lot more sunshine for the day today. So here's a look at your pool cast. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, great days to hang by the pool. Hopefully you still have some access to get in and relax by the pool, because we'll see those temperatures that will look pretty good as we approach the final full week of summer here. 81 is our average this time of year. Some of you only in the upper 70s for Westminster and Ellisburg, over to Reisterstown, Towson, over to Lutherville and Timonium in the upper 70s today. 81 in Dundalk, over to Essex and Middle River. In Howard County and Anne Arundel County, upper 70s and lower 80s for Ellicott City and Elkridge, down through Odenton. Right about 81 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. 81 as well in Annapolis for the afternoon. High temps across the country really cooking in the Central Plains. Upper 80s in Omaha, lower 90s for Oklahoma City and Dallas, and even 90 in Denver today. So still pretty hot out west, with low to mid 80s for Atlanta and Charlotte, over to Nashville this afternoon. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, green lights across the board if you want to get the cars cleaned up from some of the rain that we had over the weekend. And here comes our future scan, continuing to dry us out. So really not tracking any rain for the next couple of days. An updated look at your holiday countdown shows that we are just 9 days from the fall equinox. It is next Thursday. We're 48 days out from Halloween. We now have Thanksgiving on our holiday countdown. It's 72 days away and 103 days until Christmas. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. Again, got to get through September first with lower 80s here for our highs. Overnight lows into the 50s and 60s, looking pretty nice at night and into the morning time as well. 82 Saturday, Ravens game on Sunday, mid 80s for our highs. Should be a great day for tailgating and a little bit warmer, especially as we get into Sunday and Monday next week with those numbers that will be above average.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
FOX45 is getting Maryland back to work. It's time for our job of the day. HOHM is hiring an apartment maintenance manager. If you'd like some more information about this position, you can go to foxbaltimore.com. If you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com. Crisis in the classroom continues in Baltimore. Still to come, a former charter school operator explains how education can change crime that surrounds city schools.
And once upon a fairy tale ball, it's that time. We'll tell you all about it. It's a great event for a great cause. That's all coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It's so Baltimore. Join the Fisher House Foundation for its 18th annual Once Upon a Fairy Tale Ball.
Yeah, so make sure you can get out, grab your glass slippers, maybe your pumpkin carriage, and raise some funds for our military heroes. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark. I would not associate with glass slippers, but all right. You're in Bell Camp this morning with a whole lot more on this. Good morning, Mark.
What about Prince Charming? Thanks, Tom. Anyway, I'm here with BJ. Obviously, look at him, man. He's sharp. You can tell he's a military guy. He's ready to go. He's lean. He's mean. And so, BJ, this is like the 18th year for this?
This is our 18th year. We've done this since 2000. We moved this tradition here from Fort Monmouth in 2010, and we've been holding it annually ever since. And each year we change the theme a little bit. So last year it was Return to Margaritaville. We've done a Blue Jean night. We've had a lot of fun with it. We try and change up the formalness of it. Sometimes it's informal, sometimes it's formal. It's a very informal event. People like to get around and socialize, food stations. It's a great event that benefits the Fisher House Foundation.
So it's fun and it's a great cause.
Absolutely.
It's okay. If we want to go, what do I dress up with this year? What am I doing this year?
So this year it's formal, so we accessorize.
Oh,
pick a theme. Pick a fairy tale and accessorize to that theme.
Okay.
Have some fun with it.
And what are you doing, BJ? What are you doing?
So, my wife and I are doing 101 Dalmatians.
Okay, all right. I mean, I love it. At the end of the day, it's for a great cause. It sounds like a great time. I understand you got great food, you got the DJs, you got the games. It's just like just a real great event that also supports a great cause. And so we'll be here this morning finding out more about it, guys. And so Tom, I am going to maybe have somebody put on some Princess slippers. Yeah, Allison put on the slippers this weekend.
And Allison put on the slippers. You do the Prince Charming.
Yeah, not me.
She'd be better in the slippers. This is a really cool idea. I love that they change it up each and every year. Yeah. But this is a great theme. I like this one.
Definitely. We'll find out more about it this morning, guys.
Okay, good. We'll find out a little bit more about Fisher House here coming up next time we talk with you. For more information on how you can put on your glass slippers if you want, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Rain has moved on. Sun has moved in. Speaking of coming back, meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's back on American soil, and he's looking at more sun and drier forecasts. That's coming up after the break.
Investors are feeling good about what may come out in this morning's release of the monthly inflation number. Still ahead, what the Federal Reserve is weighing again and how that could affect your money. 7:27 is the time.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to find out about your weather here. Somebody's excited to be back in the U.S.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. We're excited to have him.
Yeah, happy to be back. Thanks, guys. Patrice, Tom, good morning to you, and good morning to all of you as well. Appreciate being here on this Tuesday morning. Let's take a look outside right now and see how things are looking. We got the sun and the clouds that are out there right now. The sun is starting to break through just a little bit. A lot more of that sunshine will be on the way as we head into the afternoon. But we're going to be drying out, and temperatures actually are near average. So lower 80s is typically where we are for mid-September, and that's where we're going to end up today. The big news, a lot less humid. So as you enjoy your breakfast, maybe shift into brunch in the next couple of hours, low to mid-70s here. The sun will be up until 7:18 tonight. We'll take a closer look at what is coming up to be the final weekend of summer and what we can expect with our temperatures. That's all coming up in a few minutes from right now.
And right now, Baltimore City is seeing a sharp increase in young people, school-age kids being murdered. This year is just one of the worst in recent memory.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, a former charter school operator who taught the most recent victim says there's only one solution.
Citywide broadcast where we had students everywhere.
The day that this happened, I saw a press conference.
My thoughts and prayers go out to the victim's family.
Jack Pinnell no longer lives in Baltimore, but he pays close attention to the news.
I crossed my fingers. I hoped it wasn't one of our boys. What makes this a school difference? First, we have boys here.
For 6 years, Pinnell ran the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys, a charter school in North Baltimore he founded in 2015. Since then, more than 1,000 students have attended the school, including Jeremiah Brogdon.
It's a gut punch.
Brogdon was shot and killed earlier this month outside of Mergenthaler High School.
This is not normal for any of us.
A tragic and traumatic ending to the first week back to school for Baltimore City students.
It's personal for me because I knew this boy when he was 12, 13 years old as a sixth grader at Baltimore Collegiate. And to see him growing up as a man, to see him as a young man, and to see his promise and just cut short, it's a sucker punch. It's hard. It's unspeakable.
Young people, teenagers, murdered before becoming adults. It's so frequent in Baltimore, Pinnell says for some parents, the fear is part of everyday life.
We start our school year by asking our parents, what are the hopes and dreams you have for your sons? It is the most emotional moment. And the hopes and dreams sometimes for those parents were, I hope my son lives to be 18 years old. Imagine that.
Brogdon was just 17 years old. He was killed during a confrontation with a suspect who police have only identified as a teenager from another city school. His death marks the 21 murders, a record number compared to the same time period in the last 5 years, and almost double the amount from 2 years ago, when 12 young people were killed by September 7th. Pinnell believes the only way to reverse this trend is through a better public education system.
Nothing stops a bullet like a job. You can't get a job without an education. So it all comes back to education, education, education.
But in recent years, the education system in Baltimore has struggled. Despite being one of the most funded large school systems in the nation, the graduation rate over the past 5 years is down 2%. Student attendance is down 7%. And college enrollment is down 3%.
There are two victims in this story, Chris. There is Jeremiah and his family, and there's the boy who is now a convicted felon, will be a convicted felon, and probably spend the rest of his life in jail. 2 lives are lost. 2 lives are lost in this circumstance. Everyone should stop and say, is this the city we want?
On City Schools' website, the most recent parent survey results for Mervo were from 2019. That year, just 72% of parents surveyed felt the school was safe. Pennell says in Baltimore, he doesn't see a city that's making significant changes to improve the education system or the violence, which is one of the reasons he left. When we spoke, Pennell was in Philadelphia, where he plans to open another all-boys charter school.
It seems to us now, something that we've come to expect, that young people will die at an early age in Baltimore. It's a terribly violent city. We should never, ever think that this is an ordinary course of life. We should never, ever expect a mother to bury her child. We have to make this city safer. We have to make our schools safer. Education is the answer.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Now to your crisis in the classroom. Councilman Zeke Cohen formally calls on Baltimore City Public Schools during the recent City Council meeting.
Yeah, he says they need to create a plan to implement restorative practices. That's the training in all city schools before the end of this school year.
But one parent who spoke with Project Baltimore argues restorative practices aren't enough and children need to be held accountable.
What it tells me is we're afraid to have consequences for students. The schools don't want to be accountable because they don't want to look bad. And I'm like, but you're doing a disservice to our kids by not addressing this.
Well, that's not the only big topic, though, of yesterday's City Council meeting. A number of bills were introduced, including one that would give all residents, including renters, the right to a copy of any water bill upon request to DPW.
Another bill would require certain vacant buildings in Baltimore City be kept secure. The council also called for a hearing to get more information about the new Johns Hopkins Police Department. The university announced last month it is creating its own police department starting next fall or the following spring.
Now, Thursday, the council will hold two investigative hearings, one with DPW on the contaminated water crisis, the other with the elections director on June's primary election.
Your chance to win free tickets to see Wheel of Fortune live is coming up sometime this morning. Stay with Fox 45 News all morning long and be ready to call when we give you the cue.
And more sun on the way today with temperatures in the 70s and 80s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers just went out on a Superman walk. How's it looking, Justin?
Not bad. It's muggy still.
Not bad. All right, he's giving us what's going to be happening and how you should dress for the Ravens home opener, too. 7:38. Wall Street trending a little higher as we get ready for this morning's monthly inflation report.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we're expecting and what it will mean for your wallet.
Yeah, well, a lot of people caring about this, guys. This is the consumer price index we're talking about. And what it does is it really tracks the changes in prices that we pay for everything. That includes your food, your energy. Economists are hoping that falling gas prices, falling travel costs, improving supply chains will also mean that we're starting to see inflation come down. This report could be tricky, though, guys, and here's why. Take a look. The month-to-month forecast is expected to show overall inflation falling slightly by 0.1%. The first decline in over a year. It's good. However, if you strip out fuel prices, monthly core inflation is expected to rise by 0.3%. And what that does is suggest that prices on many other goods are still climbing. That's important because Fed Chair Jerome Powell has indicated tougher measures could be coming in the way of higher interest rates when the Fed meets again next week. Just to put things in perspective, compared to August of last year, we expect the annual inflation rate to come in at 8%, a sign annual inflation has likely peaked. This is just what we're expecting. The real numbers of this report drop at 8:30, just less than an hour from now. We're going to bring it to you live as it happens. We'll send it back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Water safety more important than ever, especially after West Baltimore residents suffering E. coli outbreak in their drinking water. After the break, how you can protect your health moving forward.
Registration for the upcoming Boston Marathon is now open, and it has a new addition this year. How race organizers are making the marathon more inclusive. 7:42 is the time.
Well, happening right now, I want to take you live to Northern Ireland here, where we have King Charles III. He's been greeting some crowds outside of Hillsborough Castle, just kind of going around through all of Great Britain here, introducing himself now as King Charles III. So he's been shaking hands. There's also the 21-gun salute, which actually turned into 96-gun salute when Queen Elizabeth II died. That's some of the shots that are right there. So there's been some live coverage from both before and after, and we'll start firing those cannons again today, and or they may have already finished. It looks like they're actually moving out right now. So as they've been doing that for the 10 days of mourning for Queen Elizabeth. Well, back here in the Baltimore region, it's 7:46 with E. coli found in the drinking water in West Baltimore. Now a lifted boil advisory, yet no known cause of where the E. coli came from. Residents may find it difficult to trust their water source and the DPW's response. Joining us now on the importance of routine water testing for your health and your family's health, water specialist with Atlantic Blue Water Services, Ned Van Allen. Ned, thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me today. I appreciate it.
Sure. When I spoke with you talking about this upcoming interview, I was asking you, like, how can E. coli get into the system? You said actually it's pretty common with major water supplies and their circumstances that they can go into the system. It can be infiltrated. You were saying that it's just a simple search shows obviously that other cities are dealing with this too. So how often does this happen?
Yeah, well, anytime you're building or a building goes up or any type of construction, and if you hit a water line, water basically pushes out and pulls in, right? So anytime you pull that water back in, you have that potential for contamination. So any city that's doing construction anywhere across the country has a potential for this to happen. Now, the good thing is the EPA and the MDE, Maryland Department of Environment, they all have protocols in place. So when something like this happens, they make sure that proper testing is done. It's done over a wide area to make sure that, it's not just one test that passes, it's multiple tests that pass, so that accounts really for, maybe a sampling error or anything of that nature.
But it puts in the question, though, Ned, then if it can happen, if there's construction somewhere, it could be happening in our homes at any particular time. Some of us may have it in there and just feel sick from it. So how often should we test our own water then?
Yeah, so that's a good question. The county or cities will do it on a quarterly basis. You can find it on their websites. They'll post that information, how often they're testing, when they're testing, and whether it passed or failed. You can also do it, once a year. You can do it through our company can do the testing. Water testing labs of Annapolis can do it. Fountain Valley out of Westminster. They all have specialists who can really come out to the home, test the water, and then give you the results.
Ned, is it common, though, to find pollutants, bacteria? I know on your website at Atlantic Blue, you even said plastics can be found in the water.
Yeah, it's something that as testing grows within the industry, we're starting to find more and more contaminants in there. Mm-hmm. So the question really becomes, well, that's when you get into testing, right? Like the testing is just better than it was 10 years ago, and they're just finding more things in the water. So that's when we start getting into that. We have different solutions like reverse osmosis, ultraviolet light, that we can come out and educate you on and figure out the best solution for you in regards to how to fix that and how to remediate those challenges.
Yeah, we're out of time right now, but Ned Van Allen, water specialist with Atlantic Blue, thank you just for giving us a little bit of your expertise. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
All right, 7:49 now. We want to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what's happening with our forecast.
Besides all the France talk, I'd just like to take a quick moment to wish my wife happy anniversary. Today, 8 years ago, I married the most beautiful woman in the world. It was an amazing wedding. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah,
happy anniversary.
Yeah.
Can't believe she's still with me. That's
I
awesome.
can't either. That's why we were clapping.
I know. Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you for that. No, I love you, Jess. It's so awesome. We got to spend a great time together. We always do, and we had a lot of fun in France. And then I come back and look, this building. It's still the same, right, Tom? Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed here in Towson. All right, here's our sun that is out there right now. And we do have some cloud cover still kind of hanging around, but no rain. Definitely saw that rain that was here pretty much all weekend. Big rain out at that State Fair on Sunday I heard about. But we are talking about the cold front that is now pushing east of the area. The drier air is coming in and cooler conditions as well. So we're going to stay rain-free for a while. Hopefully you got your fill of all the rain because we're going to have some dry days ahead. Next hour, if you're heading out there at Cross Street Market there at Fed Hill, 71. We'll see those numbers by lunchtime in the upper 70s. Overall, a pretty nice day to have lunch outdoors. Final couple of days of summertime, and it's going to feel still pretty good this afternoon with lower 80s and less humidity for today. Now, 81 is typically where we we are this time of year. We'll be in the lower 80s for Baltimore and Annapolis, 79 Stevensville and Cockeysville, 78 your temp in Bel Air, up and down the 95 corridor. You're going to see those 80s continue. In fact, warm in New York, 85 there today, but lower 80s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. 78 heading down the ocean there at Ocean City, and overall next couple of days looking very nice by the beach. You can see Wednesday and Thursday, those temps staying in the mid to upper 70s. Now, taking a look at our temperature tracker, our numbers are going to stay near average basically through Saturday, but look what happens Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. These are going to be the last couple of days of summer, and our final weekend of summer, it will be warmer. In fact, we're going to see above average numbers, but we're really not tracking any rain, and you can see that here on our future scan. So the cold front's passing through, no real systems that we're tracking for our next weather maker, just staying mainly dry. 9 days until that fall equinox. We're 48 days out from Halloween. Thanksgiving now on there at 72 days and 103 days for Debbie, the dancing Christmas tree. Formal name, Deborah. All right, lower 80s here for the next couple of days, guys. Overnight lows 50s and 60s. Ravens game looks great for Ravens weather Sunday afternoon. The home opener is the Dolphins will be in town. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now, we are starting to see some slowdowns this morning. The top left camera shows the outer loop right near Old Court. You see they're inching along just a bit there. The bottom right is the outer loop near Putty Hill Avenue. They're moving along a lot more freely this morning. NASA announces a new launch date for the Artemis 1 moon rocket. By the first attempt to launch went south.
A Virginia man thought he won $600 in a lottery, but he actually won a lot more than that. Still to come, the winning ticket celebration. And with that money that he won, do you think he bought some coffee?
He should have if he knows what's good for him. It's good for us this morning. Perfect time for a coffee break.
Could have hired his own barista, really. Paid for that for the rest of his life.
7:55 and trending now. Runners can now register as non-binary in the upcoming Boston Marathon.
Race organizers say non-binary athletes will not have to register as members of the men's or women's division.
The Boston Athletic Association says it's still working to establish qualifying standards, but non-binary will be a gender option on its online applications. Registration for the marathon opened yesterday. About 30,000 people are expected to run the race this spring.
Well, NASA launches a new launch date for the Artemis 1 moon rocket.
The agency says the new date, September 27th, with the 70-minute window launch. The potential backup date is now October 2nd.
Yeah, NASA officials scrubbing the first Artemis 1 launch attempt over technical issues, but they've been working on repairs. The unmanned mission is the first of several planned to put boots once again on the moon and then eventually on Mars for the first time ever. Sun will be peeking through the clouds a little bit later on this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, takes a look at the temperatures and how they hold up for your last weekend of summer.
City council members and the mayor aren't agreeing on the response to last week's water crisis. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how they plan to move forward.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and finally starting to see the skies clear out.
I am looking at the shot over your shoulder, and finally, because it's been dreary for the last few days, meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look.
Yeah, and Patrice, you mentioned earlier yesterday, good morning, ladies, that, we did have the sun that came out for a little bit. It heated us up just enough to get those storms going, and that's what we were talking about, that heat and humidity, and then those storms caused that weather alert day yesterday afternoon and evening. A lot of you got a lot of rain, but we're dry right now as we take another look here from our Towson camera. Still some clouds kind of lingering, and we still have that humidity. However, drier air is going to move in. We're still hanging on to some 50s in western Maryland, 60s and 70s for most of us, from Hagerstown and Westminster to Frederick, 69 in Baltimore City, 71 your number in Annapolis right now. So we're drying out today. Temperatures staying near average for this time of year, and we will be less humid as we head into this upcoming week. So you're out and about, Cass, next couple of hours. Numbers staying mainly in the 70s. We get to about 80 by 1 o'clock this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast, and we'll do that over on that big green wall coming up in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. To the Len Stoller Traffic Network now. We've got your drive times pulled up, and not pretty out there right now. Seeing slowdowns across the board. Longest commute up to 29 minutes there from 95 to 83. Just about 8:01, and we start off the morning in a city in crisis. Mayor Brandon Scott asking everyone to be part of the solution when it comes to addressing concerns with squeegee kids.
One thing the mayor said he would not do is authorize police to clear the corners. And as the summer season winds down, Fox 45 News is looking for answers about a long-term solution.
Mayor Scott's Squeegee Collaborative is still underway, and we could hear recommendations very soon. In fact, today, you could join the conversation about finding a solution.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning from a popular spot where we often see squeegee kids. Shannon, the mayor wants everyone to submit their ideas for how to solve this.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Patrice. He is opening this discussion up to the public, trying to find a solution for this squeegee kid problem that we so often see on streets like President Street and others around the city. Well, tonight is your opportunity to weigh in. So we want to pull up the details for this meeting again, starting at 6 p.m. this evening, going until 8 p.m. at New Shiloh Baptist Church on North Monroe Street. Now, if you do want to come, this is important. You need to register online first. We will have a link, and we do have a link for how you can do that on our website. So go to our website, click on that link, and register before you head out there. You'll remember, though, that this is a conversation that's already been in the works. The mayor's been holding private meetings with a group called the Squeegee Collaborative over the last 2 months. That's a group that's made up of leaders, businesses, and community members, and they're convening weekly to tackle the root cause of squeegeeing and what can be done to provide these squeegee kids more resources and opportunities. The mayor, though, as you mentioned, Patrice, refusing to actually allow police to come in and physically remove these squeegee kids.
Now, Shannon, they have the increased presence at the corners where the squeegee kids are. How long is that going to stay in place?
Yeah, so at this point, we don't have a timeline, Patrice, but we do know that this is something that cannot go on forever. Police are racking up hundreds of hours in overtime just to increase their presence on these street corners. And we know that Police Commissioner Michael Harrison has said that it's not something sustainable indefinitely. So we did reach out to police, and they sent us this statement, though, just yesterday that says that they do not have an end date set for the increased patrols, but, quote, we continue to work with our community partners and assess the situation on a day-to-day basis. So, again, no real timeline, and we'll have to continue to wait and see. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Fox 45 News has seen video after video from our viewers showing heated interactions with squeegee kids. Some of those encounters have led to physical fights or squeegee kids damaging cars. In July, Baltimore City Police charged a squeegee kid with shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds. Police say Reynolds got out of his car and confronted a group of them with a bat. Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, the Baltimore City Council is calling for accountability from the Department of Public Works. And this week, we'll see the first investigative hearing into the recent water crisis in West Baltimore. Council members are concerned about the city's response to E. coli found in the water supply last week.
Oh, it was horrible. I mean, a lot of people were really scared. For this to happen is highly, highly unusual. So we have to get to the bottom of it.
While the mayor stands by, DPW, the city council, and city residents want some answers.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from City Hall, where, Olivia, there seems to be a disconnect between the mayor and the council.
Yeah, Patrice, there definitely is. City council members have questions about the handling of the water crisis, and a hearing is scheduled this Thursday at 2 p.m. to try and get some answers. Now, at Monday's meeting, City Council got approval to have investigative hearings to address last week's contaminated water crisis, and now several City Council members are demanding answers and accountability.
Everyone was kept in the dark. The big danger is that, come Monday, you had babies' formula being mixed with E. coli water. You had seniors who were taking their medicine with E. coli water.
I do believe that things could have been done better. I know we got information later in the game, right, in terms of a late Sunday night into Monday morning.
Despite council members' concerns, Mayor Brandon Scott says the city handled the water crisis correctly. And unlike city council members, he isn't being critical of the Department of Public Works.
This wasn't something that DPW mismanaged. They found out the water had this in it because they did the testing. This wasn't someone else telling us.
As you remember, it took days for DPW to inform residents of the contaminated water. So hopefully at Thursday's hearing, we will finally get some answers. Back to you.
Olivia, will Thursday's hearing be the only meeting on the water crisis?
Megan, probably not. We know that Councilman Schleifer has been critical of DPW throughout the situation, and he says that he will keep calling for hearings every Thursday until all the questions get answered. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
That brings us to our question of the day. Are city leaders honest about problems facing Baltimore? So far, 98% of those who voted say no. We want to know what you think. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to make your voice heard.
8:06 in just a few hours, a Twitter whistleblower is expected to testify before Congress, and this is surrounding allegations of a lack of security within the social media platform.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with how this is all expected to play out today and what it could mean for you. Tom.
Yeah, that's right. Megan Patrice in less than 2 hours, taking a live look right now from the Capitol Hill, where Peter Zatko will be testifying this morning. He was Twitter's head of security until he was fired earlier this year. He's now claiming the company misled regulators about its security standard and its efforts to control and prohibit fake accounts. Zatko filing complaints not only with the Justice Department, but the Federal Trade Commission and Securities and Exchange Commission. Well, Twitter denying Zatko's claims, calling the complaint a false narrative riddled with inconsistencies and inaccuracies. Now, the testimony happening, though, on the same day, though, that we are going to hear Twitter shareholders are scheduled to vote on the company's potential buyout from Tesla CEO Elon Musk. And the billionaire still backing out of his $44 billion bid to buy the company. Twitter now suing in hopes of getting Musk to go through with this deal. Now, the twist here, Musk will actually be able to use today's testimony as evidence to get out of that purchase. He claims the tech giant misled him and the public about the company's alleged problems with spam accounts. His trial against Twitter set for October 17th. Now, Zatko, in the meantime, set to testify this morning at 10 o'clock, and of course, we'll keep you posted. Megan Patrice, back to you.
A Virginia man received quite the surprise when turning in his lottery ticket just how much he actually won.
It's not looking too bad. We will see more sunshine as we head toward the afternoon. We'll have much more for you coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Tout loco, tout la matinée. All local, all morning.
8:11. Get this. A Virginia man thought he'd won $600 in the lottery. That'd be great.
I'd be happy.
Turns out he won a lot more than that.
What a surprise from Jose Velasquez took his winning ticket to the Virginia Lottery's customer service center to claim his $600 prize. But the staff there quickly realized he had actually won $1 million. So I wonder where the mix-up came in. How did he see 600 and they saw $1 million? Either way, he had the choice of taking the full $1 million prize over 30 years, or he could get the one-time cash payment of nearly $760,000 before taxes. He chose the cash option and says that he's going to use that money to take care of his family and possibly start his own business. But can you imagine? You'd be happy with the 600, but then they tell you $1 million, you lose
Crazy.
it. You lose it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, maybe you could be the next millionaire. Happening this morning, Wheel of Fortune Live coming to Maryland, and you have the chance to go for free. The Wheel of Fortune Live tour performance is happening at the Hall at Live Casino in Hanover. It's happening September 24th and 25th. Stay with Fox 45 News all morning. Wait for your cue to call, and the 10th caller is going to win 4 tickets to that show on the 25th. And on Friday, you could have the chance to win VIP tickets to that experience. Good luck. A Baltimore County police officer assaulted while on the clock. Just ahead, a look at the crime crisis that seemingly has no boundaries.
And the Once Upon a Time fairy tale ball is coming up, raising money for an amazing cause. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It is 8:15. A Baltimore County officer assaulted over the weekend. The suspect fleeing into the city before being taken into custody. This morning, law enforcement expert and former chief of police in Martinsburg, West Virginia, Mari Richards, joining us live to weigh in on the crime crisis that seemingly has no boundaries. Mari, good morning.
Good morning, Megan.
Is this a Baltimore City problem, or is this bigger?
This is really a national problem. What we're seeing is literally a war on cops. The police have been dehumanized, delegitimized, and demonized by political forces and the media. And there's a feeling now, particularly with the criminal element, that it's justified to attack and try to kill police officers. And you see it happening all over the country. Last year, there were 346 officers shot across our country, 73 dead, and ambush attacks were up 115%. That's only increased, and it's also hit Baltimore. Last December, Officer Keona Holly was assassinated, Deputy Glenn Hilliard, they tried to kill Sergeant Kenneth Ramberg, and this is something that's spreading and getting worse.
Mari, let me ask you this. It's not just violence against police that we're seeing, but violence across our city, across the state, across the nation, as you made reference there. How do we change this?
Well, it starts by speaking the truth. I mean, there's a false narrative out there that the police are systemically racist. They're trying to kill Black people. That's an absolute lie. You connect that also with the radical prosecutors like Marilyn Mosby, who thank God will be gone soon, that lets these criminals go, and you put all that together and you have a deadly mix, and you're seeing it affect people in the community and the police.
Is there some organization that can help change that narrative?
Well, I think it starts with people. People have to, stand up and speak out. The defeat of Marilyn Mosby was a huge victory for law-abiding citizens in Baltimore, and we need to see more of that. Unfortunately, the media, with the exception of your great station, has really done a disservice to people by not speaking the truth. The police are out there, and when it comes to the minority community, they want the police in their communities more than anyone because they're victimized the most. 81% of Black Americans want the same or more police, and that tells the story.
All right. Mari, thanks for weighing in this morning.
Thank you, Megan.
8:18, time to get another check of our forecast.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, good morning, ladies, and good morning to all of you as well. I have that rain that has been around basically for the last couple of days. We finally are done with the rain, and we will have drier weather. Now, it's still muggy outside right now this hour, but looking out from our live cam, you can kind of see that mix of clouds and sun. 70 is your temperature at BWI. The dew point at 66 degrees. Good news is those dew point temperatures are going down, and they're going down pretty nicely here, back into the 50s today and tomorrow, and then even dropping further as we head into Thursday and Friday. So we'll be back on that mugginess trend in the comfortable and pleasant category. Less humid and a lot drier air will be in place. This is our HD radar, which is very quiet right now after all of the rain we had yesterday, getting some flooding in parts of New York and Boston at this time. That's part of our same system that went right up the East Coast, and that's what we're seeing right now. But that cold front has already passed through, and behind that, we will see some drier air. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning. Yeah, all right, Hank, cool. Good to be back. 72 next hour, upper 70s by noon, and into the lower 80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And you can see those numbers here today. The average is 81, so a lot of us in the upper 70s for Carroll and Baltimore counties, over to Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, White Marsh and Perry Hall at 79, 81 in Dundalk and Middle River this afternoon. Hartford and Cecil counties in those upper 70s and lower 80s as well. For Aberdeen and Perryman over to Northeast and Elkton for this afternoon. Even the Eastern Shore will get in on some of those upper 70s. Rock Hall over to Centerville, down through Easton at 79 later today. Now, if you do want to get the car cleaned up after all of that rain, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, green lights across the board. In fact, we are going to stay dry for an extended period of time. You can see our future scan doesn't really show much. There's still some clouds left over today. A lot more sunshine on the way for us on Wednesday. And then Thursday and Friday, we're actually going to have some of that drier air that will continue to settle in, and some very nice morning temperatures getting up and about with, again, the drier air that'll be in place. It'll be almost windows open type weather. Just a hint of autumn as we are in the last couple of days of summer. As we head toward the weekend, check out those lower 80s for highs, overnight lows into the 50s and 60s. Remember the Ravens home opener Sunday at 1 o'clock at M&T Bank Stadium, mid 80s by Sunday afternoon. Should be some great weather to enjoy some football here in the city. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Look at this. A double rainbow fills the sky. This was above Hunt Valley following the weather alert day yesterday. If you ever capture images or videos like this we want to see, go to foxbaltimore.com and tap Chime In to upload, and you might just get a shout out here on TV. Well, Chick-fil-A is under fire on social media for a tweet. Just ahead, what they said and how the company is explaining what happened.
An 11-year-old boy charged with first-degree arson in Carroll County. Coming up, we are going to take a look at some of the different jurisdictions around the state and how they're dealing with an uptick in juvenile crime. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It is 8:24 and it is so Baltimore. The 18th annual Once Upon a Fairy Tale Ball continues to benefit our military and their families.
So grab your glass slippers and join the Fisher House Foundation for an evening of pageantry. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Bell Camp. He's got more on what the Fisher House Foundation is and this upcoming event.
Hey guys, I can't hear you, but I'm still here, and I'm here with Michelle Horn with the Fisher House Foundation. Tell us about the organization and, of course, your affiliation with this amazing event.
Yeah, so Fisher House Foundation is a network of 92 comfort homes across the country where military and veteran families can stay free of charge while they're receiving medical care at VA and military hospitals.
Amazing. I know this event, you guys have been affiliated with this event for quite some time, right?
Yeah, this has been going on for 18 years, and it has been just a blessing for them to hold this event for us, and really not for us, but for the military and veteran families that benefit from it.
And I get this theme this year, you know, are you going to come up as a princess?
Oh, yeah.
What's your plan?
Well, I get to do a lot of good working with Fisher House, so for this, I'm going to have my alter ego come out, and I'll be an evil queen.
An evil queen. Complete with the laughter and everything?
Maybe. I'll definitely have a red apple with me.
Well, I love the fact you're an evil queen, but it's for a good cause.
It is for a good cause. It is for a good cause. So we've been, Fisher House has built these houses over the years, saving more than $547 million for military and veteran families over the last 30 years. And we continue to build more houses. In fact, one of the houses that we're hoping to build in the coming years is here in at Perry Point. So this benefit will go to that house along with our scholarship program, and it'll also benefit just our general Fisher House Fund that goes to all the other houses.
Well, Michelle, thanks so much for this information.
Thank you.
Again, we're here this morning, guys. I can't hear you. I'm sorry I can't hear you. I'm going to fix my earphones. But again, we're here, another great cause. And Michelle, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mark, thank you. And for more information, we're going to put it on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Temperatures in the upper 70s just ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know what to expect for the rest of the work week.
City Council members are introducing several new bills that could have a major impact on Baltimore residents. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll break it all down. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, very nice. Live look from Camden Yards. We're happening today. Guess what? The Orioles back in action taking on the Nationals in D.C. tonight. We wish them the best in their game, not here.
Right.
In D.C., but we just like to look there and see the sunshine glaring down at us.
Right, off the warehouse and everything. It looks great.
Perfect. It's
what a great
Tuesday,
ballpark.
September 13th. I'm Megan Gilland.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we are joined by somebody that apparently does well when they travel abroad and then come back and hold all that energy in.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, welcome back.
5.5 games back from the wild card, guys. I mean, we're talking in mid-September about the playoffs. Absolutely a chance.
Mathematically, there still is a chance.
Oh, no, they absolutely have a 100% chance of getting in there.
Be nice to close it up a little
chance.
tonight.
Yeah. Huh?
Be nice to close it up a little.
Got to close it up. Yeah, got to close that gap. Tampa Bay's losing. We got to get the win against D.C. over the next 2 nights there. Let's take a look outside and find out what's going on. Of course, the Ravens in town this Sunday, and then your O's are going to be back in town next week. But in Towson right now, looking good right now. Overall, no major issues out there. 60s and lower 70s is what we're waking up to if you're waking up right now. Essex and Middle River right there at 70. Low to mid 70s over the next couple of hours. Out for a run or a jog. We're going to see a little bit of a muggy run for you. But later this afternoon, drier weather will be in place. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Check out the next 3 days. Lower 80s is what we're talking about. And again, a lot less humid. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Tom, how's it looking on the roads right now?
I don't know how to answer that. Let's take a look at your drive times right here. Yeah, they're showing you in the yellow there while those sections of the highways are moving along. They are. It's a little misleading because there's even maroon on some of these things. And you know, maroon, before it goes purple, that's what it's complete shutdown. Maroon is like you're barely moving. It's like a parking lot that's inching along there. So the outer and inner loops, very slow this morning. Well, Baltimore City seeing a sharp increase in young people, school-age kids being murdered. This year is one of the worst in recent memory.
That's right. Project Baltimore's Chris Pabst joining us live with more on this. Chris, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It just seems like, I mean, you guys cover this every day. It seems like all the metrics are just going in the wrong direction. And here, what we did at Project Baltimore is we took a look at the number of students or people in the city, young people, 18 years and under, who are being murdered in Baltimore. And this is after we saw the murder at Mergenthaler High School after dismissal a couple weeks ago. And what we found was between January 1st and September 7th, and that's when we did the data, was September 7th, that there were 21 people 18 and under murdered in Baltimore. Last year it was 17. The year before that it was 12. The year before that it was 17. The year before that it was 15. This is just January 1st to September 7th. You know, so it's certainly something that is getting worse. And we spoke to a charter school operator who said one of the most amazing things like we have ever heard, one of the most stunning things we've ever heard at Project Baltimore, that when he starts the school year, he oftentimes, or every year, he asks the parents, you know, what are your hopes and dreams for your sons? He has an all-boys charter school. And some parents say, I hope my son lives to be 18 years old. Jeez. I mean, think about that. Like that is where Baltimore is, where there is a sizable population whose main goal and dream for their boy is to live to be 18 years old.
Yeah, and that's just the start of the year. So now talk about putting some added pressure on somebody, an educator that's now just supposed to be teaching, you know, mathematics, science, and English. And now they're over here trying to keep them alive and teach them how to, I guess, be successful in society up until 18.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, how do you really wrap your head around that mentality of a parent? And I mean, that is the reality here. So what we're doing at Project Baltimore is we're taking a closer look into all of this. And coming up on Wednesday, tomorrow, or Thursday, we'll be talking about this. You know, we have a story where we have looked at the school system and how the school system is handling situations. Mm-hmm. And last year, Baltimore City confiscated the most guns ever, according to the police union, in the school system during a school year. Most guns ever. Yet, arrests are down 98%. 98%. Suspensions and expulsions are down about 80%. But the confiscation of guns is the highest ever. And you know, we just saw a student murdered a couple days or a couple weeks ago. So the data indicates that Baltimore City schools are significantly safer than they were 5, 10, or 15 years ago. That's what the data shows. Mm-hmm. But we spoke to school police officers who were like, no, the data is just being fudged. The schools are getting more dangerous. And it's kind of going along the trend of the city as a whole, that it just appears that the trends, as we talked about in the beginning of this segment, they're all going in the wrong direction. So this is something that Project Baltimore is going to stay on, because the school system is saying, hey, look, our arrests are down 98%, but what we're hearing is happening inside the schools, you know, things they can't hide, like students being shot and guns being brought to school, you know, those things are going up.
All right, Chris, we'll be following your stories. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, developing now, an 11-year-old is charged with first-degree arson, and it's raising questions this morning about how Maryland deals with children charged with crimes.
Similar to what we were just talking about with Chris, we have Shannon Lilly joining us live now from downtown Baltimore with how one county is cracking down. Shannon.
Yeah, there are complaints that Baltimore and other jurisdictions are now paying the price for taking a softer approach when it comes to kids and crime. In fact, we're seeing this happen time and time again.
Take this fire at a Dollar General in Hampstead, for example. This 11-year-old seen walking in the store on the day of the fire is believed to have torched it. He's now charged as a juvenile with first-degree arson in the crime. And earlier this summer in Baltimore City, a 9-year-old allegedly shot and killed a 15-year-old girl. In Maryland, 9-year-olds cannot be criminally charged. In fact, in Annapolis this year, lawmakers passed new laws making it easier for more child suspects to be tried as juveniles instead of adults. But some jurisdictions in the state are now cracking down.
We are arresting and rearresting the same children and adults who are committing crimes in our community.
In Prince George's County, county leaders who have seen crime soar this summer are calling for a curfew and a tougher approach.
It's clear that the problem is what happens after the arrest, or in our case, what doesn't happen.
Now, this past weekend was the first weekend for that curfew in Prince George's County, and police say there were no issues. Meanwhile, that 11-year-old arson suspect that's charged as a juvenile in Carroll County, well, he is now back at home this morning. Reporting in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Shannon. During the latest Baltimore City Council meeting, Councilman Z. Cohen formally called on city schools to implement conflict resolution and restorative practices in every school across the district. It comes after 17-year-old Mervo High School student Jeremiah Brogdon was shot and killed on school grounds earlier this month.
Students, teachers, parents, every stakeholder group has rallied together in support of having restorative practices at every single city school. Currently, we have about 53 that are split between social and emotional learning and restorative practices. Now is the time for us to scale up.
Well, the busy city council meeting covering several other bills that could significantly impact the city and you.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from downtown Baltimore with the other main topics covered in the meeting and the new bills introduced. Olivia.
Yeah, Monday's City Council meeting was definitely a busy one with a number of new bills being introduced that could have major impacts on Baltimore residents. Of course, the Department of Public Works handling of last week's contaminated water crisis was also a big topic of discussion. But one bill introduced would give all residents, including renters, the right to a copy of any water bill upon request. Another bill would require certain vacant buildings in Baltimore to be kept secret. The council also called for a hearing to get more information about the new Johns Hopkins Police Department. Just last week, the university announced it's creating its own police department. And finally, the council will hold 2 investigative hearings this Thursday, one with the elections director on the June primary and another with DPW on the water crisis.
So a lot of frustration all around. I think a lot of it was the Department of Public Works as well as the mayor's office in terms of that unclear and inconsistent communication at the beginning of the contamination event. I will say as time went on, things did improve.
As you just heard, city council members are frustrated over the handling of the water crisis, and they're hoping to get answers during Thursday's hearing at 2 p.m. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Know your finances before leaving high school. Just ahead, the popularity building behind personal financial education.
Plus, after days of rainy weather, we are drying out today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's drying out too. He was in France drinking a lot of wine. So he'll have the temperatures, though, and how they look for us this week.
Welcome back, everybody. A lot of sunshine that's going to be out there and drier air that's going to be in place over the next couple of days. I think you're going to like the forecast numbers-wise. And if you don't like the rain, well, you're in luck. We'll take a closer look at that full forecast coming up.
Well, President Joe Biden touting the new infrastructure law just ahead with the funding it's supposed to upgrade.
And there might be a potential railroad workers strike. Just ahead, how this will affect commuters in Maryland. 8:42 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $8:45. We have breaking news here this morning. U.S. inflation slows for a second straight month. The numbers just out minutes ago showing a still high 8.3% over the past year. D.C. Bureau Atra El-Nashar will have more on these numbers in our 9 o'clock hour. Our correspondent there from D.C.
8:45 and across the country, students and teachers back in the classroom. A hot topic this year, financial education. A recent survey conducted by the National Endowment for Financial Education revealing the importance of learning money skills at a very early age. As more states pass mandates urging educators to provide effective financial education in the classrooms, CEO and president of NEFE, Dr. Billy Hensley, tells us how this legislation can make a difference. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, so we hear this a lot, though. Teachers are overburdened with all the different things that they need to learn. One, though, that you hear constantly for decades now has been you leave high school and you don't know how to take care of your own finances.
That's right. And, you talked about the survey up front here. 88% of us think that this should be required for all teens to graduate from high school. And then that same sample, 80% wish they'd taken that class themselves. So if anything tells us the need for this, it's our life experience and our lack of the financial education or proper financial education early on is playing out, in our lives. And so there's a true need for this.
But why is it starting to catch on a little bit more in high school today? We're starting to get a little bit more of a push where parents and students are saying, hey, we need this before I leave.
Well, you know, 100 years ago, this was part of compulsory education. I have textbooks in my office that are 100 years old that where it was just part of math instruction. It was a no-brainer, if you will. But we're at 15 states now that require this to graduate, which is very encouraging. But, you know, the economic fallout of the pandemic, the Great Recession, all of the topics that we talk about, the fact that almost 2/3 of us live paycheck to paycheck, it's coming to the forefront. And financial education is an important component of being able to navigate our financial lives.
So you were just talking about the 15 states that are now starting to require this. Where does Maryland stand here?
Well, sadly, Maryland does not have a financial literacy course requirement. I know it's been brought forward. It was brought forward recently, actually, by the state legislature, but that bill died. It was going to require that every student take a full course before they graduate. There were other pieces of legislation tied to this that also died on the last day of the session. So, you know, I would encourage parents, I would encourage teachers who are already covering this. You know, the great things are happening locally. You know, just because it's not a state requirement doesn't mean that some schools are not doing this. But what we want is equitable access to quality financial education. And I would encourage parents to go to their schools and have this discussion.
Yeah, make sure voices be heard. Dr. Billy Hensley, thank you so much. We appreciate your couple of minutes and your expertise here in this field.
Of course.
Thanks. All right, well, speaking of expertise in their field, right?
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at the forecast.
Expert in food, too. Today's National Peanut Day.
Peanut?
Yeah, okay. Peanuts. So, peanuts, Cracker Jacks, right? Think O's. Next week, they're back in town, vying for that final wild card spot. Tampa Bay lost a couple of times, and we got to just keep winning, get back on that winning train. They're down the Beltway in D.C. tonight and tomorrow, and then they're going to be on the road this weekend. Ravens in town at M&T Bank Stadium. Football, baseball, all meaningful, and we're talking about it in September. I love it. Here's a look right now at our HD radar. You can see a little green right there. That's not actual rain falling. That's just some what we call ground clutter on the radar. But overall, we definitely had a lot of rain. In fact, some of you saw some significant rain yesterday and last evening as well. That's why we had the weather alert in place with some of those storms that were a bit strong to severe. But everything is quiet now as the cold front continues its track toward the east. Here's a look at your next 12 hours. That's Daryl the Dragonfly right there buzzing around. Upper 70s and lower 80s as we take you into the afternoon. Should be a very nice day with a lot less humidity. And the next couple of days, too, if you still got time to hang by the pool on your pool cast, lower 80s for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And we'll see plenty of dry conditions as well. Typically, we're in the lower 80s this time of year. Upper 70s and lower 80s is where we'll end up this afternoon. For Westminster and Bel Air, even Elkton at 80 today. 79 for you in Chestertown. Same number in Columbia there in Howard County. And we'll keep those 80s going up and down the 95 corridor for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Warm in New York City today at 85. Heading down the ocean, looking for 78 there in Ocean City and Rehoboth. So here's a look at our temperature tracker. And notice what's happening basically for the next 5 days. We're going to keep those numbers into the lower 80s, but they're going to rise. In fact, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, you'll see mid to upper 80s. We're going to be well above average. We know it can be hot in September. It already has been. It's been nice to have these lower 80s, but again, the final couple of days of summer, and it's going to be hanging on for sure. All right, so here's a look at our future scan. In terms of rainfall, there's not much to talk about. In fact, we'll see a few clouds around today, but a lot more sunshine on the way for tomorrow and into Thursday. And then we get some of that drier air that's really going to settle in, making for some very pleasant mornings, waking up to some 50s on Thursday and Friday morning as well, and looking pretty good in the afternoon. Here's an update on your holiday countdown. Those pumpkin spice lattes are already flowing. 9 days until the fall equinox, 48 days until Halloween, almost 60 days until Veterans Day. Thanksgiving on here at 72 days and 103 days until Debbie the Dancing Christmas Tree right there making herself known. All right, here's that 7-day forecast as we keep those 80s going throughout the rest of the week and into the weekend. You can see the Ravens helmet on Sunday afternoon, mid-80s for the Ravens game. And don't forget, ding, right there on the bottom of your screen, you take a picture of that squiggly thing and boom, that app is right there in the palm of your hand. Kind of another cool shot here with some more rainbows, in fact, double rainbows, as we take a look at a view through your window. And we always love getting these great pictures. In fact, we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to foxbaltimore.com/chime in or take a picture of that squiggly thing right there on your screen. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. A potential massive rail strike on Friday could deal another blow to the U.S. economy. The 7 unions represent more than 90,000 workers at the nation's freight railroads. They want salary increases and back pay for hours worked since 2020. If they do go on strike, it could bring 40% of the nation's freight to a grinding halt. That strike could cancel all Mark, Camden, and Brunswick line service as early as Friday morning. CSX, by the way, owns the track, and its unions are barreling toward a work stoppage. If their signal and track workers walk off the job, Mark, along with other regional rail carriers across the country, would have to halt service. We should note, Penn Line service would not be affected by this. Fox 45 News has compiled a list of alternative commute options on our website, just in case. You can find it, foxbaltimore.com. We'll keep you posted, too.
Sign-up started for the Boston Marathon just ahead. The way race organizers say they're making sure this marathon is more inclusive.
And yet another new launch day for the Artemis rocket. And this morning, they're already planning a backup just ahead, the official date and their potential backup date. But first, let's launch your Tuesday morning into high gear.
That's right. T-minus 10, 9 for a coffee break.
8, 7, 6,
Wait for it.
5, 4.
$8.56, topping your morning business report. Ford is recalling two of its most popular SUVs. The automaker is recalling 200,000 Ford Expeditions and Lincoln Navigators after learning the car's heating and cooling fan motors can catch fire. These specific models being recalled were built between 2015 and 2017. So far, the company has received reports of 25 fires. 12 of those caused extensive damage to the vehicles. Ford is now reaching out to owners. Apple's latest software update is now available, and it comes with some new features. The newly released iOS 16 comes with the ability to edit and unsent recently sent iMessages. Users can also mark iMessages as unread if you want to come back to them later. One of the new features is the interactive lock screen, and it gives users the ability to create multiple lock screens with different backdrops that can be switched out during the day. Those lock screens can feature custom fonts, new photo effects, personalized wallpapers, you got widgets, and perhaps the most fun feature of all, the ability to cut out the subject from an image or its background and then drop it elsewhere, such as into an iMessage. Interesting. Chick-fil-A now blaming a controversial tweet on a poor choice of words. It happened after the company announced it was bringing back the grilled spicy sandwich. A Twitter user then asked when the fast food chain would release grilled spicy nuggets. Chick-fil-A responding saying, quote, "Your community will be the first to know if spicy items are added to the permanent menu." Many online then responded asking if the phrase "your community" had a racist connotation. Others noted the chain has used the same phrase in other replies referencing store locations. Chick-fil-A says it is calling it a poor choice of words. As we age, our eyes change, and for many after the age of 30, reading glasses can become necessary. Today, Genevieve Gorder introduces us to a revolutionary idea of eyewear. Here's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
All right, guys, I have two questions for you. Where is your phone? Hopefully it's right next to you, right? We always want to have it right next to you. Where are your readers? I will wait. With today's product, Thin Optics, you will always be able to answer that question. It's predicted that half of the planet is going to need glasses by 2050, and at least 2 billion of us already need some sort of vision correction like readers. If you already wear readers, there's no doubt they're never around when you need them. So Thin Optics solved that problem. Wait for it. Your phone, your lifeline. Look on the back. Readers, they come right out. Isn't that great? You will never lose them again. And once you put them on, they do not move. They're super light, like you don't even feel them. They come in magnification up to 2.5. And this product really works so well. Other products slip, they're bulky. Thin Optics is an innovative product that is super thin and shatterproof. Most importantly, there when you need it. Another item you take everywhere you go, your car keys. Look, seriously, these are where your readers live, and you will never lose them. You will save money because you're never running to that pharmacy anymore. And we are offering up to 30% off on Thin Optics. So trust me, you will be asking yourself, where have these been all my life? Why haven't I been using these forever? Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Oh, well, you get it on. It's Tuesday, September 13th. We're ready to go. We're going to check in and wish a happy welcome to meteorologist Justin Chambers back in action.
Bonjour.
Hi. Now I'm here.
Yeah, very good.
And so are you.
Happy to be back, yes.
And so is the sun.
The sun is coming back, too. That's a cool thing. We brought some rain back from France, but now we got some sun for the afternoon. In fact, looking good right now in Towson. Yes, numbers on the right side of your screen still hanging on to those lower 70s. And it's still muggy out there, but don't worry, my friends. We've got drier air that is moving in. Temperatures staying near average. We will be less humid as we head into the rest of this upcoming week. So get the yard work and gardening done this morning. Even into the afternoon, you're good to go, drying out. Hopefully you got some good rain from Mother Nature, not too much. High temps today across Carroll and Baltimore counties, upper 70s and lower 80s from Eldersburg and Towson over to Perry Hall and White Marsh. Dundalk, you're at 81 this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast coming up, including a look ahead to the final weekend of summer. That's in just a little bit. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. 9:01, and new overnight, the Department of Justice and former President Trump's legal team have agreed on a candidate for a special master to review documents taken from Mar-a-Lago.
National correspondent Atra Anachar joins us live with those details. Atra.
Hey, good morning, Megan and Patrice. So this chapter of back and forth between the DOJ and Trump's legal team may soon be over because the DOJ has just agreed to one of Trump's options for a neutral arbiter or special master to review some of these documents. So former federal judge Raymond Deary, he's currently on senior active status after serving for decades as a federal judge in New York. He was originally appointed by Ronald Reagan. He also served a term on the FISA court, so he's got some experience handling intelligence matters and certainly knows what it's like to work with the FBI. The DOJ says they believe Deary can perform the review expeditiously if appointed, but ladies, that is a big if, because we still have to wait and see how Judge Aileen Cannon is going to move forward. She could approve this pick and go with the person that both sides have agreed on, or she could pick somebody else. Remember, there's been a lot of names floated out there. Cannon is also reviewing some separate filings in this case. Disputes are really just building up here between the two sides. So she's got to decide which of the documents the special master should be able to review. The DOJ claims that opening some of them up to a third-party review would compromise national security, but also how long the review should take, and of course, who's going to pay them.
Atra, at the same time, just about 30 minutes ago, the Labor Department out with some new inflation data. Yeah. What are we learning about it? Are things getting better?
No. Here's the thing. This is a lagging indicator, this inflation report. It tells us what prices were in August, so it's not necessarily telling people what they're about to pay. But why this is news is because it's going to inform future decisions by the Federal Reserve. So what we saw here is a much worse than expected inflation report. Basically, what people are paying for everyday goods is 8.3% more than they did in August of last year. Wall Street was expecting it to be 8.1, at probably the worst, and this is worse than that by 20 basis points. Let's just check on stock index futures. Today's probably not a day you want to check your portfolio. The Dow, last I checked, tumbling 400 points here, or excuse me, 400 points, and then the S&P down almost 1.75%. So it's a tough day. Things improved slightly, but not really enough for it to be a significant difference whatsoever.
All right, Atra El-Nashar, thank you. Well, today's number of the day is about student loan relief. 70% of voters believe canceling student loan debt will lead to colleges raising tuition. A Scott Rasmussen National Survey finds just 13% think it is unlikely. Polling shows majorities of both Republicans and Democrats hold this view. Well, we want to start now with a city in crisis. Mayor Brandon Scott asking everyone to be part of the solution when it comes to addressing concerns with squeegee kids.
But one thing the mayor had said he would not do is authorize police to clear the corners. And as the summer season winds down, Fox 45 News is demanding answers about a long-term solution.
Mayor Scott's Squeegee Collaborative is still underway, and we could hear recommendations soon. Today, you could actually join the conversation about finding a solution.
Shannon Lilly is at a popular spot in the city where you often see squeegee kids. Shannon?
Yeah, the mayor is now opening this discussion up to the public, trying to find a solution to this squeegee kid problem that we so often see right here along President Street and other streets around the city. Well, tonight is your opportunity to weigh in. So we want to pull up the details for this meeting right here on your screen. It's scheduled to go from 6 to 8 p.m. at New Shiloh Baptist Church on North Monroe Street. Now, if you want to come, and this is important, you need to register online first. So we have a link that's posted on our website, and you can go on there, click on that link, and register before you come. Now, you'll remember, though, that this is a conversation that's already been in the works. The mayor's been holding private meetings with a group called the Squeegee Collaborative over the last 2 months. And that's a group made up of leaders, businesses, and community members that are convening weekly to tackle the root cause of squeegeeing and what can be done to provide these squeegee kids more resources and opportunities. The mayor, though, refusing to actually authorize police to go in and physically remove these squeegee kids from city streets. Reporting in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Fox 45 News has seen video after video from our viewers showing heated interactions with squeegee kids. Some of those encounters have led to physical fights or maybe even squeegee kids damaging cars. In July, Baltimore City Police charged a squeegee kid with shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds. Police say Reynolds got out of his car and confronted a group of them with a bat. Now, elsewhere in a city in crisis, the Baltimore City Council is calling for accountability from the Department of Public Works. And this week, we'll see the first investigative hearing into the recent water crisis in West Baltimore. Council members are concerned about the city's response to E. coli found in the water supply last week.
Oh, it was horrible. I mean, a lot of people were really scared. For this to happen is highly, highly unusual. So we have to get to the bottom of it.
Mayor stands by DPW. The City Council and city residents want answers.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from City Hall, where there seems to be a disconnect between the mayor and the City Council. Olivia.
Yeah, Patrice, there definitely is. City council members have questions about the handling of the water crisis, and a hearing is scheduled for this Thursday at 2 p.m. to try to get some answers. But at Monday's meeting, City Council got approval to have an investigative hearing to address last week's contaminated water crisis, and now several City Council members are demanding answers and accountability.
Everyone was kept in the dark. The big danger is that, come Monday, you had babies' formula being mixed with E. coli water. You had seniors who were taking their medicine with E. coli water.
I do believe that things could have been done better. I know we got information later in the game, right, in terms of a late Sunday night into Monday morning.
Despite council members' concerns, Mayor Brandon Scott says the city handled the water crisis correctly. And unlike city council members, he isn't being critical of the Department of Public Works.
This wasn't something that DPW mismanaged. They found out the water had this in it because they did the testing. This wasn't someone else telling us.
Now, as you remember, it took days for DPW to inform residents of the contaminated water. So hopefully at Thursday's hearing, we finally get some answers. Back to you.
Olivia, will Thursday's hearing be the only meeting on the water crisis? What are you hearing?
Yeah, Megan, probably not. We know that Councilman Schleifer has been critical of the Department of Public Works throughout this situation, and he says that he will continue calling for hearings every Thursday until all of the questions get answered. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Are city leaders honest about problems facing Baltimore? So far, 98% of those who voted say no. We want to know what you think. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to make your voice heard.
In under an hour, a Twitter whistleblower is expected to testify before Congress, and this is surrounding allegations of a lack of security within the social media platform.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with how this is all expected to play out today and what it could mean for you. Tom.
Yeah, it's a big question, Megan Patrice. We're taking you live to Capitol Hill. You see it this morning where Peter Zatko will be testifying this morning. He was Twitter's head of security until he was fired earlier this year. He's now claiming about its security standards and its efforts to control and prohibit fake accounts. Zatko filing complaints not only with the Justice Department, but the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, and the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission. Well, Twitter denying Zatko's claims, calling the complaint a false narrative riddled with inconsistencies and inaccuracies. Zatko is set to testify this morning in less than an hour. That's supposed to start about 10 o'clock. Elon Musk, though, the other side of that, he doesn't appear too worried at all. In fact, take a look at some of his latest posts talking about the king and queen here, right here, and still using Twitter here, saying, take a moment to love yourself, showing a picture of The Rock hugging a rock.
It is so Baltimore. The Fisher House Foundation is hosting its annual Once Upon a Fairy Tale Ball.
All in support of our military and their families. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Bell Camp with more. Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys, I'm with Karen Holt. Karen, tell us exactly what you do out here in Hartford County.
I'm the Deputy Director for the Office of Community and Economic Development, and I serve as the community liaison with the local chapter of AUSA.
And we're really excited about this event, right? It's pretty cool.
We are. Saturday night's going to be great. We've built on the past 18 years of tradition and a real opportunity to build upon what Fort Monmouth started and join the Aberdeen Proving Ground community. To date, we have raised almost $2 million to support soldiers and their families.
I'm excited because they say they feel like this year is even bigger and better. Over 400 people already signed up and ready to be dressed up. Are you coming as you look like you come as like a queen or a princess?
Maybe a princess.
Okay, there we go. All right.
Another opportunity at the event is certainly our scholarship program, and we have a cash call at the gala. So do want to recognize that mightier than the magic wand is the power of the pledge paddle. So come out and join us for that. We have a Heroes Legacy Scholarship. It's awarded to children of service members who have died or become seriously injured in the line of duty. Scholarships for military children. This is for children of active, reserve, and retired service members through the commissary system. And in 2022, the AUSA Harry Green chapter awarded 6 $2,000 scholarships at Aberdeen Proving Ground, Dover, and Fort Meade.
Oh man! So again, this has been great to be out here this morning. But more importantly, the fact that you have this great organization, you have the great support of the community, and of course the great cause. So thank you so much for joining us. It's always something fun out here in Hartford County too. I have to give you props for that. Okay.
Definitely come back and join us again. Really looking forward to a great event Saturday night for a wonderful cause.
Awesome. Hey guys, so again, it's on and popping. This Saturday looks like it's going to be another great event, and it's always great to be here.
Don't be late. Don't be late for this very important date.
Oh,
okay.
We're going to put the information so they know what time to. FOX45.com/newslinks.
NASA is planning to intentionally crash a ship. Still ahead, where they're planning the crash and how this could help the future of space exploration. And celebrating fashion in Baltimore, what you can learn about the Harbor East Fashion Show, returning live and in person. 9/12, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
(9:15), the 9th annual Fashionista event happening. The Harbor East Fashion Show is returning live and in person. And this year, the event is going to support local nonprofit art with a heart. This morning, we have Director of Leadership and Engagement, Summer Claypool, joining us here this morning, along with owner of Sentimental Fools Events, Jesse Rutherford, here to join us with more on how you guys can be part of this. Ladies, thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
I want to start with you because I'm looking at the art and I know you are part of this.
Yes. So Art with a Heart, we were founded 22 years ago. Our director wanted to bring more color and joy to Baltimore City, and now we teach up to 14,000 classes per year in community centers, in schools. And the art that you see created here is made by our amazing core of volunteers. We engaged over 3,700 volunteers this past year. We also work with...
This is made by the people of Baltimore.
People of Baltimore.
Just coming out to get their hand in art.
Yes, exactly.
Awesome.
Students in our workforce development program. And as you said, community members from all over Baltimore City.
We talk about community art, a community event happening this Saturday. This is bringing that all together to be proud of the city we live in.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see Harbor East come together to bring this event back after so long and to
Finally
be supporting the arts.
again.
I know,
Yeah.
we all get to be together. We get to shop together again. There's going to be music, fashion, fun. We really can't wait for everyone to come together on Saturday.
Let's talk about that fashion part, because obviously we're seeing the art side of it, which is kind of part of the fashion too.
Yeah.
So who's going to be there and how does it work?
Absolutely. So it's going to be a great event from 12 to 5, right in the heart of Harbor East. We'll have food there from all of the incredible restaurants that are right there in Baltimore. And then we have incredible retail partners that have fall fashion looks that will be modeled by local models. We've got an incredible crew that has come out to really strut their stuff again in person.
Very glamorous. And just have fun.
Yeah.
And learn maybe how you can get involved in some of the art projects around the town.
Absolutely.
What's going on right now? Anything big that we can be part of?
A lot is always going on. You can find out more at our website is artwiththeheart.net. You can learn about how to volunteer, how to give, how to get involved. But mostly we're super excited for the partnership. It makes a lot of sense, as you said, expressing creativity through style, visual art, and a proceed of your ticket sales will be benefiting our nonprofit. So
Yeah,
get
whole
involved
sense
that way.
of community there. Ladies, thank you so much.
Oh,
We'll
thank
see you
you.
Saturday.
See you Saturday.
All right.
Well, now is your chance to win 4 tickets to the Wheel of Fortune live show on September 25th at the Live Casino in Hanover. The 10th caller right now will win. The number right there on your screen, 410-481-4545. Good luck.
All right, let's get a check now with meteorologist Justin Chambers.
He's got a look at the forecast and what's coming our way today.
Lots of sunshine is what we're talking about, ladies. We got some clouds kind of hanging around right now, but the rain is done and we are finally starting to dry out. Also, we're going to have less humidity, especially starting this afternoon and over the next couple of days. Definitely the drier air mass that's going to be settling in. 73 your current temp at BWI. Dew point at 65 degrees with that humidity right there at 76%. So it's still a bit muggy. Now, notice on your mugginess trend that those dew point numbers will go down. So even though we're in the 60s now, we'll be back into the 50s later this afternoon and continuing that downward trend for the dew point numbers, which just means that we'll have drier and more pleasant conditions in terms of how it feels like outside. HD radar pretty much all quiet, not tracking any rain. That cold front is well to the east of us now, and then behind that cold front is where we're going to see the drier air settling in. Mid to upper 70s over the next couple of hours in your rise and shine cast, and we'll see that sun that'll be up until just after 7 o'clock tonight. 82 for our high. That will be very close to average for this time of year, with sunny conditions for the later part of the day. And check out some of these high temperatures. Upper 70s here for you in Westminster and Eldersburg, across into the Hereford zone. Close to 80 in Towson, 79 in Perry Hall and White Marsh. Numbers up and down the 95 corridor will stay in the lower 80s for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C., 85 in New York City, and heading down the ocean, 78 in Ocean City this afternoon. Now, taking a look at our temperature trend, numbers are going to stay in the lower 80s, pretty close to average all the way through about Saturday. And then as we get into Sunday and Monday, notice what happens. Those temperatures are rising. That's going to be the last couple of days of summer as autumn begins next Thursday. So here's a look at our future scan. Staying dry. We're not tracking any rain here. In fact, we're going to have a long period where we won't have any showers or storms that we'll be tracking. So a nice dry spell for sure. You'll definitely want to have the sprinklers on a little bit later this week. If you still use those, we know it's getting into fall and you're starting to kind of change over that yard, maybe doing some of that overseeding and whatnot. Fall equinox is just 9 days away. We're 48 days until Halloween, 59 days until Veterans Day, and now 103 days until Christmas. And here's a look at your 7-day forecast. We'll keep those temperatures into the 80s, as I mentioned, with dry conditions here through the rest of this week. Overnight lows will be in the 50s and 60s. We'll have some very pleasant mornings starting tomorrow morning. Thursday and Friday morning could see some temperatures in the upper 50s and even some lower 50s for some of us. And then the Ravens game. It's Sunday afternoon at M&T Bank Stadium. Temps will top out in the mid-80s. Should be very nice conditions if you want to tailgate or just hang out at the game. Back to you.
All right, let's look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now. Our drive times, they've improved some from the last time I saw this. Still in the yellow, but slight improvement.
Looking ahead, the Maryland Transportation Authority will install a speed camera along Interstate 95 in Hartford County next week.
That camera will be installed in the construction zone on the southbound side near Maryland Route 152. That's happening next Monday.
The agency says there will be a 21-day warning period here before then it starts giving out those $40 fines. The speed limit, by the way, in that area, 65 miles per hour.
After the initial launch was scrubbed, NASA has announced a new launch date. Why the space program feels more confident now as opposed to weeks ago.
Crashing into an asteroid, the project that NASA has planned that could impact the Earth. 9:22. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
(9:25). NASA announces a new launch date for that Artemis 1 moon rocket.
The agency says the new date is September 27th with a 70-minute launch window. The potential backup date is October 2nd.
NASA officials scrubbed the first Artemis 1 launch attempt over some tech issues, but they've been working on repairs. The unmanned mission is the first of several planned to put boots once again on the moon and on Mars for the first time.
NASA also has plans to crash a spacecraft into an asteroid.
Kind of crazy. In about 2 weeks, NASA scientists will slam a refrigerator-sized spacecraft into an asteroid, and it's actually called Dimorphos.
That crash is a test, and the asteroid is not threatening Earth. Scientists, however, want to see if the collision can change the asteroid's orbit. What are they planning for? What do they know that we don't know? That's my question there. It is the first test of its kind and could be a crucial step in learning how effective a crash could be in protecting the Earth from potentially being hit by an asteroid. That mission expected to happen September 26th. So I'm curious to know the outcome, but also there's
And
want to know the backstory.
Any chance that the asteroid then would fall to Earth? I wonder how close that actually is to us.
I'm guessing they're thinking no, or they probably wouldn't do that, but why?
So
why
close.
are we doing this?
Just for safety.
All right. Highs in the low 80s and more comfortable weather in our area. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down the temperatures for the rest of our day.
City council members are introducing several new bills that could have a major impact on Baltimore residents. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll break it all down.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Coming up on 9:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. It's looking good outside. Finally seeing some sunshine. 9:38 and turning now to counties under pressure. 2 people have been arrested following a Baltimore County police shooting Saturday. One of them is still in the hospital.
Alicia Page and Kelly Anthony are both charged with assaulting officers, claiming the car they were in hit a police vehicle.
An off-duty officer was injured, but there's no update on their condition. Fox 45 News has asked for more details, including whether any officers are on leave and if there is body camera footage. The department has not yet responded.
An update this morning from the Cecil County Sheriff's Office following the tragic discovery of 5 people found dead within a family home. Police now say they believe this was a murder-suicide. We're told that the father called 911 to report his wife and 3 kids were killed. Deputies arrived. He was dead as well, with a gun next to him. The children are 8, 11, and 14 years old. If you are in need of help, or if you know someone who is in need of help, there is help available and it is free. You can dial 988 to reach the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. It is anonymous and it is staffed 24 hours, 7 days a week.
Students were in for a scare after flooding caused their bus to roll over. What the students did to get to safety following that scary incident. And a special treat for the Uvalde High School football team following opening day of the NFL. What left a smile on the faces of those high school students? It is 9:40 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
(9:43), the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra is launching its fall season this weekend with an opening gala and a post-show party featuring a special Grammy Award-winning guest. Senior Vice President and Chief Advancement Officer of the BSO, Allison Burr Livingstone, joining us this morning to talk about this new season coming up. Good morning.
Good morning, Patrice. Thanks for having me.
You've got to be excited.
Oh, we are. First full in-person gala in 4 years.
Oh my gosh,
We're throwing the biggest party. It has been a long time, but We're rolling out the red carpet.
Okay, so it all kicks off this weekend. Tell me what's happening.
So on Saturday, September 17th, we are holding our gala concert. So this is the kickoff to the season. It is going to be an extraordinary program. We've got, as you noted, Grammy-winning vocalist Letticy, who's joining us. She's bringing her Nina Simone program, so you can expect her to be sharing some of Nina Simone's most famous works, like I Put a Spell on You, My Baby Just Cares for Me. We've got some special guests joining in Feeling Good.
Okay.
The gala is a fundraiser for us. It supports our education programs, the orchestra. As such, we love to feature student musicians as part of the program. So our orchids and our youth orchestra musicians are coming back on stage, and they get to collaborate.
And all of that's happening this weekend at this one performance.
This one performance.
Oh, so you don't want to miss this. Are there tickets still available?
There are still tickets available, and in addition to being the kickoff of the season, this is an extra special gala because we're celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Meyerhoff Symphony Hall.
Okay.
So we are rolling out a party for all. So normally people think of the BSO Gala, and you think about, a big tent, VIPs are there. We wanted to extend that VIP experience for everyone. So all ticket holders get access to a post-concert party. The concert's going to be great, but we're continuing on it afterwards with a DJ, dancing, drinks, dessert.
Oh,
the whole 9 yards.
This is a party. All right, so that's just to kick off the season. Tell me about the rest of the season.
So it is an exciting time at the Symphony. We just announced our new artistic leader, our music director designate, Jonathan Hayward. He actually is making his debuts in the spring.
Okay.
So do not miss that. Mark your calendars for May. He officially starts his music director tenureship next season, so September of 23. But he's starting to, put his work into practice and will be joining us this spring. But it's great. It's the 40th anniversary year. We're going to be celebrating that all year. The orchestra is back. With extraordinary programs. We've got special things like fusion, family-friendly opportunities. We're excited to hopefully have field trips come back and schools return for education concerts. These things that we've been wanting to see happen now for 2.5 years through the pandemic. We really hope we're getting to the other side.
All right. If people want to get tickets for this weekend's event or future events, what do they do?
Visit bsomusic.org. You can't miss the gala promo with Letticy. And again, join us because we do expect it to sell out.
Okay.
Tickets available, but
for sure. I would expect that too. Allison, thank you so much and have a great season.
Thank you very much.
9:45, rainfall and flooding has ravaged the Midwest, and as a result, some middle school students in Wisconsin got a bit of a scare. Look at this. As their bus driver turned into the school, the bus got stuck in some high water there, almost rolled over. The school says all the students and the driver were safely escorted off the bus. They just got a little wet there. Officials have closed the road due to flooding until the water recedes. Sometimes you can't see how deep it is. Well, staying in the Midwest now, Chicago has seen its worst flooding in years as heavy rain causing high standing water on area roadways there. It's also flooding homes across the city. A few people actually had to be rescued from their vehicles after driving into those waters during the storm. Fortunately, the rain is moving on out of here. We've got some drier air moving in.
That's good because the last couple of days were a lot. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with the forecast.
Yeah, soggy for some. I mean, we had flooding concerns yesterday, ladies, and that's why we had that weather alert that was in place, and that rain hung out around until the later part of the evening last night. But overall, this morning, it's been mainly dry and a lot more sunshine. You can see that out there right now. A really pretty shot, vastly different from what we've seen the last couple of days. Your weather headlines look like this. 73-year temp right now. We're on our way to 82 for a high. Drier conditions today with temperatures staying near average, and then a less humid week ahead. So starting this afternoon and for the next couple of afternoons, those humidity levels will continue to track downwards. 75 here next hour on your day planner. Out and about for some lunch or some afternoon activities, maybe lunch outside today. We're considering that. Lower 80s into that 2 o'clock hour, and we'll see those numbers for Taco Tuesday in the mid to upper 70s here by about 5 o'clock. They didn't have any tacos in France, so I was happy to get, you know where when we landed, when we came back here? Taco Bell. Taco Bell! Megan knows me. I love it. All right, lower 80s Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday on your pool cast. Great afternoons to hang by the pool. I know some of the pools already closed up for the season, but if you have somebody or know somebody, Tom, Megan, Patrice, all these people have pools, can hang out there. Upper 70s and lower 80s over the next couple of days. This is what we're going to see temperature-wise. So 79 in Cockeysville and Columbia, 80 in Annapolis and Laurel, 80 as well in Stevensville. And nationwide, we're actually in the somewhat cooler part of the country. Look at the Central Plains. Lower 90s for OKC and Dallas, up in Omaha, even 90 in Denver today. And 96 in Phoenix, always hot out west. Great day to fly today, pilots. We're talking VFR conditions. I haven't flown in a while, so happy to get behind the yoke and try to get up there in the plane in the next couple of days. Visual flight rules, great flying weather. And great weather to get the car cleaned up, too. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Maybe the car got a bit wet and dirty from all of those rain showers. We're going to have green lights there across the board to get the car cleaned up. Here's a look at our future scan. We're staying dry today. Notice a few of those clouds hanging around, but the drier air will continue to kind of overtake and push all of this moisture out over the next few days, especially with this big old H rolling through the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. That's going to continue to keep our conditions dry, and we're really not tracking any rain for quite some time. In fact, you can see on your 7-day forecast lower 80s for our highs with overnight lows into the 50s and 60s. Ravens are home Sunday afternoon. Should be a great day for some football there at M&T Bank Stadium. So we'll continue to track that, and we'll have your 10-day forecast in just a few.
All right, looks good. Justin, thank you. It is just about 9:50, and we are under a week until the funeral for Queen Elizabeth II, and preparations are underway right now.
Tom Rogers is in our live center with the very latest. Tom?
Yeah, we've been watching the different various camera angles. We started this morning. You remember this at 4:30 this morning when we were talking about in Ireland with King Charles III. Well, now there's been a lot of different events. We're back now in Britain after King Charles has gone through all of Britain trying to say hi to everyone and shake hands and then talk about the Queen. This now coming as dignitaries are walking through different churches and setups here. You can see over London Big Ben right there. Here, also some of the other shots here from London, as now we're hearing that there was just Liz Truss. Remember, she's the prime minister. Let me go back to that other shot because I think this was more active. She walked into the cathedral that they're having yet another ceremony. 10 days of mourning for Queen Elizabeth II here, still underway as King Charles is greeting Liz Truss, now the prime minister, getting anointed by the Queen 2 days before the Queen died. So she is now in basically her first week and has been going about her entire job now as the new prime minister. Liz Truss has just been dealing with this in the morning. So we'll continue following all the events and the dignitaries that are arriving at these different events. That's the latest from the Live Center. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
The Ravens came out on top against the Jets, but they also suffered 2 season-ending injuries. Kyle Fuller and Juwan James both served significant roles to the team, but now their seasons will be cut short. Head coach John Harbaugh announced that James suffered a torn Achilles. For Juwan James, this is his 2nd straight season-ending injury. Fuller is another player who's been plagued by injuries over the past few seasons. He suffered a torn ACL injury in the matchup. Make sure you guys catch the game on Sunday, though. Lamar Jackson and the Ravens take on Tyreek Hill and the Miami Dolphins. Kickoff is at 1 at M&T Bank Stadium. This is an AFC North versus AFC East matchup, and both teams are coming into Sunday's matchup with the win. So whether you're at home or going downtown for the game, you are in for a treat.
9:51, and the Houston Texans used their season opener on Sunday to honor the 21 victims of the Uvalde Elementary School shooting. The Texans hosting the Uvalde High School football team and wore Uvalde Strong decals on their helmets. The high school players had their travel paid for by the Texans, along with local grocery chain H-E-B, and even got to watch the game from a suite. Uvalde's senior linebacker said it was the first time that most of his teammates had ever attended an NFL game.
It means a lot to a lot of these guys, you know, just to get away from Uvalde in general and just to feel the joy of being here. And then, like Coach said, you know, a lot of these guys never may never experience an NFL game like this.
19 children and 2 teachers were killed in the shooting at Robb Elementary in May. Since then, the Texans have donated $400,000 to the school's memorial fund and visited Uvalde earlier this month to surprise the high school team with some new uniforms. Happening tomorrow, you have another chance to win tickets to the Wheel of Fortune live show. The Wheel of Fortune live tour performance is happening at the Hallett Live Casino in Hanover on September 24th and 25th. You can wait for your cue to call tomorrow morning, and the 10th caller will win 4 tickets to the show. And then on Friday, you could have the chance to win a VIP experience.
Drier air is moving in, and a comfortable start to your Tuesday is the way this day is shaping up. Will this trend continue as the summer comes to an end? Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know in our 10-day forecast that's coming up after the break.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, there it is, the sun that is out. I was initially worried because we brought back a lot of rain from France, and then now it's like sunny and we're good. So like, okay, cool. We'll ride that.
Pressure's off of our meteorologist.
Pressure's off for a while. Look at this, guys. I mean, the 10-day forecast looks good, but notice the right side of your screen. We're going to warm up. Summer's not done. I mean, 86 on Sunday for the Ravens game, and then upper 80s next week, even flirting with that 90-degree temperature on the last couple of days of summer, because next Thursday, autumn.
That's it.
That's it. That's it.
I bought fall decorations.
Did
Really?
you?
I
thought you were on my team.
Yeah, well, but I won't put them up until next Thursday, till next
till
weekend.
the equinox.
Right.
That's
so
good. I'm all good with
I
that.
like fall in its time.
Right.
White after Memorial or Labor Day.
Bonne journée.
Can't do it.
Fall.
We'll see you.
Bonne journée, mon ami.
That guy who just got back from France.